addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah, susceptible night before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible night before the moment flies.
Shout out to all you men and ladies that are here with Andre and Andrea's Love Crossing Borders on a wonderful, wonderful Friday evening. Let's get us some intro music going. Yes, sir. There we go. Let me turn it down just a little bit so you guys can hear me. Tonight's topic is a reaction video. We're going to be responding to a couple of videos that our fellow YouTuber, Oshay Duke Jackson, Oshay Duke Jackson, and say that real fast 10 times, as well as Aaron Ferris' reaction to Austin Holloman. So you're going to hear two reactions from Oshay regarding Aaron and Austin, Anton and Andre. And I want to hear what you guys have to say in regards to who's correct and who's incorrect in regards to some of the things that are taking place among the passport bro movement, the black expats, the digital nomads, if you will, the passport cartel, the passport brothers that are just that black expats in general, because there's a lot of controversy that's taking place over the past week, including what took place with the brother Floyd. And at the end of the day, we all need to come together because the most important part about all this is that all we have in this travel space is each other. So shout out to all you guys that are here. I wish I had my computer fixed. It's in the shop right now, so I'm using my laptop once again. But I hope you guys can hear me loud and clear. Let me know if I sound good on the microphones, or do I need to switch the mic over? Let me know. Put a 1 in the comment section if you need for me to switch the microphones over. Shout out to you guys. And let me hit to the first super chat from my brother Will. Shout out to Will in the building. Chill with Will. Here, one of my fellow brothers that are living down here in Colombia. He's purchased property. He's purchased a vehicle. So he's just like me. He's establishing his life in a new country, just like many of you guys have as well. And Will says this with the 20,000 Colombian pesos. Salutations, Andre and Andrea and chat family. Smash that like button, support the channel, and he actually says, support the Cali Children's Hospitals and Cancer Society by way of PayPal and Cash App. He's absolutely correct. We've already crossed the $1,000 threshold. Our goal by the middle of January is to get to $2,000. Last year, with the help of El Guapo and others, we were able to make over $4,100 during the month of December, early January. And we want to do at least 2,000 this year. Andre and I have given the first 200. Many of you guys have donated off camera as well as on camera. So during the month of December, in the first couple of weeks of January, whatever goes into the Cash App or the Super Chats, what goes into the Cash App and the PayPal will all go toward the Children's Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia. Because we showcase that men who travel, especially black men, we don't just take, we also give. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to my brother Black Nubian with the $2 Canadian dollars, just with the super stickers for the love of the game, just like lead attorney would say, just for the love of the game. Yes, sir. Shout out to you. Let me scroll down. First guy that we have 57 in the building. We should have at least 50 likes. Thank you very much for clicking the like button, gentlemen. Yes, sir. He said, I'm getting my house in order. Kenny says this. He said, my bathroom remodel. He said, evening, Andre, and love crossing borders crew. Yes, sir. Shout out to you, Kenny. Congratulations on that with your home. Shout out to my brother Keithan, all you truck drivers out there. Let me get my Friday night drinking hand in order. You know, we had the Christmas party at our home this year, so I've got all this beer left over. We got whiskey left over, cognac left over, brandy left over. We've got from the island of Curacao, we've got coconut rum left over from the island. So I'm going to start enjoying some of these cold brews that were left over. Let me dedicate these drinks to these gentlemen who are on the road as the truck drivers. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all the guys that are working the railroads, as well as all the guys that are working the dock work when the ships roll in. Here's to you, gentlemen, all you military men and women. We appreciate you. All you guys that are working on second shift that are listening in, we got your back. All the individuals that are working early on third shift, you're coming in a little early. We got your back tonight too. We got a great live stream for you guys to enjoy. Salute to all of you. Nice and cold. Nice and cold. Just like your boy needed. Shout out to you guys. Salute to all of you. Let's continue on, gentlemen, with the shout outs. El Patron is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said, "What's good, Dre?" He said, on for tonight. He said, "This one looks fire." Salute to all you gentlemen out there, and good morning, buenos dias to all you guys out there out east. Whether you're in Malaysia or Mongolia, whether you're in the Philippines or whether you're in China, whether you're in Japan or whether you're in Bali or Indonesia, in other words. Shout out to all you guys. Good morning out there in the East. Good morning. Shout out to my man LJV, Southern Vegan, is in the building. Glad to see you're here as well, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. And LJ says the salute, and salutes to the other brothers. Shout out to E-Man being in the building. Glad that you're here. We got 54 in the building. We got a great video that we're going to be looking at tonight. Great video we're going to be looking at tonight. Looks like I froze for a second. Let's scroll down a little further. And we got Nazarene of the Way. And good morning, good evening to you. Maybe we have new prosperity as well. Yes, sir. A new day. Yes, sir. A new day for a new year. Años. He said, prosperous new year. Have a prosperous new year in Espanol, mi amigos. He said, my brothers, have a prosperous new year. Yes, sir. Shout out to Michael being in the building. Appreciate you being here. Mike looking good in that suit. You're looking good, Mike. You're looking good with it, brother. I see your work. I see your work. Shout out to Zero in the building. Hey, Zero, still got beers here, brother. Still got beers at the house. Let me go ahead and pour a little bit more. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down. Shout out to Victor. What? Well, I wish I had my button working. I can't wait till tomorrow. I cannot wait till tomorrow to everything is set back up with the computer and the soundboard. My brother Victory, man. Them Ohio players, them Florida men in the building. Shout out to you, man. The military men. Man, you just made my night, Victory. You just made my night. My dude. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. T-Mac always here. Showing some love. My fellow brother in Medellin, Colombia, along with a lot of other brothers that are there. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down a little bit further. I think I got LJ the Southern Vegan. Now, I won't have time to get everybody. We got 58 people in here. And so we've used how much time? Oh, just 11 minutes. That's not bad. Giving everybody a chance to get in here, such as my brother, Crypto Dragon Emperor, being in the building. Glad to see that you're here, brother. And salute from David Dice of the Dice family, that is. Glad to see that you're here. Salute to all the brothers that are here and the ladies that come in periodically as well. And let me scroll down. I think I got everybody on that side. I think I got Will already. T-Mac, LJ. Shout out to my brother being in the building. Slick 2024. Yes, glad that you're here, brother. He said, what's going on, Andre? I'm in here. He said, yes, Anton needs to respect what we do. Absolutely correct. And stay in his own lane. And that's what we do. I'm glad that you worded it like that. That's exactly what we do. We may do commentary, or we might do all. I'm talking about all of us. We might do a little commentary or give a little comment on some things that's going back in the States. But let's be honest, guys. Let me change the music over. Let's be honest, guys. We might do a little commentary on what's going on back in the States. That's true. We might give a little comments or a little comedy on what's going on back in the States. But the States cannot say that men that travel, we don't just stay in our lane. We don't care about who got shot up in the States. It's no longer our problem. We let y'all handle that. Bad food in the States or bad medical, that's on you. We let y'all handle that. The women acting funny, we'll do a video commentary, but at the end of the day, when the lights go off for all of us men that travel in and out of the United States, in and out of Canada, in and out of UK, we don't care. We stay in our lane. And it's amazing how many videos that you all have talking about our lane. And most of us who travel only talk about travel for the most part. So the brother is absolutely correct. The Antons and all the other brothers that don't travel the way that we do, or don't appreciate travel, cultures, countries, customs, the way that we do, y'all just stay in y'all lane. We understand. Talk about what's going on in the States. Talk about what's going on in Canada. But to be talking about what's going on out here, really? Is that what we doing? We stepping on toes? Come on, man. Dudes gonna quit acting like they always had things going on. And I'll tell y'all something that some of us tend to forget about our brother Anton. And this is not a put down or accusation or something bad. This is something good. I'm gonna say something else. This is something good about our brother Anton. Anton started his elevation to prosperity outside of social media. Anton said, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but he said he started in tech. Anton got to the point in tech, and he, like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, Anton was over five figures. I mean, he was over 500,000 in tech. That's how long he'd been in tech. So for those of us that are going in tech and we're taking classes with Theo and we're studying with each other and we're focused, we're trying to accomplish the same thing. So for Anton to act like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth at times, not all the time, but at times, dude, you know that you got your footing in the same field that we're getting our footing in too. I think a lot of guys forget about that Anton as a tech dude. We see him as a social media dude, and he talks about his real estate investments. But what got him to that point? Tech. Tech got Anton to that point. Shout out to all you guys that are in tech and all you ladies out there. I just wanted you guys to realize that it didn't start off with Anton he just was some type of music mogul and he had all these connections. No, tech gave him that leverage to be able to invest in social media the way that he does, to invest in other business ventures, to be able to invest. See, that's the part. I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all ready? I appreciate how Theo shows us tech. It doesn't just say, hey, I'm a millionaire. I'm gonna show you how to become a millionaire. Theo didn't do that and hasn't done that. I've never seen a video where Theo brags about how much money he has. He'll talk about it a little bit, but that's for like half a minute, if that. Theo is out to show us step by step how we can make this money. instead of just saying, hey, if you do this, you do that. If you buy my courses, then I'll show you how to do it. Theo has a whole team of people behind him. I'm not saying Anton doesn't, but what I'm saying is to come across with that braggadocious way, it ain't even needed. It's not even called for. So this brother Slick is absolutely correct. Good point. There are times for all of us, and I don't mean Anton. I mean Andre too. I mean Oshay. I mean Aaron for Black Men's Travel. I mean Austin Holloman. I mean all of us. There's a time for us to just sit back and stay in our lane. Nothing wrong with that. But some dudes always want to come over into somebody else's lane and act as if, looks like I'm freezing periodically. Okay, there we go. Okay, that should be better. But that's uncalled for. I understand we do it for, for the views, and we do it because we want to get those clicks and likes, and we're trying to build a community of like-minded people, so we attack other people. I got it, Anton. I understand. I understand how YouTube works. I've been in it just as long as you have. On the business side, I got you. I'm serious. I got you, brother. But then there are times we got to say, you know what? Let me just sit back and be on learner mode and learn what these men are talking about instead of assuming anything. Same thing with the situation with Floyd. The newspapers in Colombia, the newspapers around the world are painting him as a passport bro. When you got brothers like Floyd and Austin and others that have already renounced their affiliation with the passport bros years ago and have said it over and over again in their videos. And for the news outlets and other YouTubers to try to pull in the reins of what Floyd did and blame it on the passport bros, we need to be focusing on the crime of what Floyd did. I'm gonna say this is just Andre. Take it from a dude that was in the feds for 10 years, right? If don't nobody know about incarceration, I definitely know. Two things should happen to Floyd. If he's guilty, do the time and help with his mind. I'm gonna say this again. Floyd should definitely do the time, but he should also get help with his mind. I didn't do any heinous crime, guys. I didn't. I was your run-of-the-mill street drug dealer with several workers. You could have put me on an episode of The Wire and just put me in 6 or 7 cities, because I had workers in spots in several states. So I'm in several states, not just one state. I got workers in houses in this city, workers in houses in that city, workers in houses in this city, right? They can't say, well, Andre confessed to something on camera. I already went to jail for my crime, so I don't have anything to hide at this time. Guess what? Even though I wasn't violent in my crimes, I had to do the time, and I had to reprogram my mind. If I just did the time, I would have been like 85% of men and women that come out of prison. I would have gone back. I'm going to say that again. The recidivism rate in the United States and why prisons make so much money is not because you go to prison or go to jail one time. The money is made in the prison industrial complex if you come back to jail and come back to prisons and come back to juvenile centers over, and you're a repeat customer. And that's how they make their money. You keep getting out, you keep doing crimes. So I knew I had to do the time for my crimes, but I had to reprogram my mind before I got out. So when I got out, I wasn't a part of the 85%. And that's why you guys see the type of guy who I am right now, to where many of you look at me like, Andre did time in prison. He doesn't act like it. He doesn't walk like it. He doesn't behave like it. He doesn't move like it. He doesn't remind us any of that. I don't know why. Help. Maybe this will help if I close some of the windows. In a second, these windows, gentlemen. What might be holding and slowing everything up. Let me close some of these windows. Close that one. Okay. All right, gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Goodness gracious. The computer decided to reboot and update its software in the middle of the live stream. Yeah, it's not the internet. It's not the internet. It just all of a sudden the computer just said, hey, it's time to update the software. I don't care if you're live or not. And so now the software is updated. Once again, thank you guys for your patience in regards to this momentary hiccup. In the words of lead attorney, struggle streaming. Let me take a sip after this scenario. But I see that we're back on track. Oh, that's why I'm so dark. Let me turn the light back on too. There we go. Oh, this is going to be a doozy, a fun night. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. Glad to see that you guys here. We got 80 people here. And as I was saying, man, basically, just to paraphrase what I was mentioning earlier, we don't have anybody else but each other in this travel space. Whether it be the white brothers, black brothers, the European brothers, the American brothers, we're such a small pool of individuals. We don't have anybody but each other. So when people from the outside of our circle try to attack our circle and not know what they're talking about, we do somewhat take offense with that, because we left the plantation to not be bothered by the plantation. So for all the guys that think that they can just do commentary on the Passport Bros, you can. I'm going to say that again. You can do black men traveling commentary. You can. You could do commentary on the sisters that travel. Yes, you can. But if you aren't out here with us, you're getting limited information. In other words, for the most part, if you're not a traveler, if you're not leaving the United Plantation of America on a regular basis, not every once in a while, and I'm not talking about on a cruise, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And that's what frustrates us as men that travel and women that travel. People back in other countries making all this commentary about us, but you rarely, if ever, travel, and you rarely have ever lived in another country. The last thing I'm going to say is this as we continue on. We never said that everything that we do is going to be perfect. We're going to meet some women in other countries that are good and some that just don't mean us any good. We're going to meet some cultures that we agree with their culture and their behavior. And we're going to come across cultures that we just don't gel with. We're going to meet people in our travels that are really, really good people. And then we're going to meet some people like Floyd that have some issues that need to be worked on. And as he's doing his time, if he's found guilty, needs help with his mind. This is not a perfect science, traveling and relocating to another country for families, for the ladies, and also for us men. So if you back in the States think that us traveling to other countries is a perfect science, is because you haven't traveled to other countries and you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, that one time you went to Japan, or that those other times when you went to Europe, that's great. But we take those flights that you do once or twice a year, or maybe once every 5 years. We take those flights every 3 to 5 weeks. So understand where we're coming from when we say that you don't know what you're talking about when you guys make videos about us. Can you make these videos? Yes, you've been doing it for the last 5 years, making Passport Bro, Black Men Travel, Passport Sis, Passport Family videos. We understand that. We're not against you making your money. Get your money on if you're putting passport bros in the title, or passport sis, or black men traveling. If it helps you get your views, we want you to get your money too. But here's the thing that we do want you to understand, even if you say it on camera or off camera, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's the discrepancy between us and the Anton Daniels of the world. They do have the right to talk, but they do have, since they want to talk, we have the right to expose them in the sense of they don't know what they're talking about. And this is not a perfect science. Nothing that we do in life is a perfect science. Raising children, buying property. If you buy a piece of property, you know there's maintenance, insurance, repairs, or whatever it may be. Home ownership is not a perfect science. Owning a vehicle, that's not a perfect science. You have more likeliness to get in a car accident than you are getting in an airplane accident. There's no perfect science. Relationships, there's no perfect science. So why do you judge passport bros or black expats as if it's supposed to automatically come off as a perfect science? As if we're supposed to be flawless, as if we're not supposed to make any mistakes, as if everything's supposed to turn out peachy keen. We've never sold it like that. We've never said if we go to one country in Africa of the 54 that everything is going to be perfect in Ethiopia. Oh, well, it didn't. We're going to go to Mozambique. Oh, it wasn't. Or we're going to go to South Africa. Oh, it wasn't. No matter where we go, the science of life is not perfect. And so continue to make your videos about us. Continue to say what you have to say about us. But do understand, if you make commentary about us traveling, we will make response videos and let you know that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because you're not out here with us. You're not out here with us. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Let me make sure I got all the super chats. We got 2 super chats. Shout out to my brothers who are donating over on Cash App. Let me give you guys some love and a shout out as well. Shout out to my brother Walter with the $25 love. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Gary being here, my fellow Indiana brother, them Boilermakers. Shout out to you. He said for the kids, the $20. And shout out to my brother B Hull yesterday, who donated, actually off camera, he donated $10. And shout out to you guys that donated yesterday. Appreciate you, gentlemen. I really do. And all this money is going to go towards the Children's Cancer Foundation here in Cali, Colombia. We've been donating to them every year for the last 4 years, and we appreciate what you guys do. Just like I learned the black men that travel donate. I learned it from Tailor Made Dreams and all those brothers that to this day, it's been almost 10 years that those men in the Dominican Republic in the area of Sosua adopted an orphanage. And I mean, when I say adopted, those guys pay for the clothing of the kids. They help pay for the foods of the kids, Christmas gifts every year on these brothers in DR. Some of the young ladies and men who have gotten 18, 19 years old in the orphanage when they had to leave, these guys have paid for them to go to college and pay for their first 6 months in an apartment. Don't tell me what black men aren't doing. Where is Anton when it comes to this? You can do a video. All you small YouTube channels. All you small YouTube channels out there that do passport bro videos, why aren't you talking about the positive things also that black men are out here doing as well? Where's your camera for that? Tailor Made Dreams have done this, and all those brothers that got money, all those ex-military brothers in DR has been doing it for 10 years. Not one mention, not one video. What about with Ace Live going from country to country, giving and donating? In many cases, when he went to Venezuela, he didn't just go to Venezuela to party. Where did he go when he was in Venezuela? He went and donated money to the Cancer Foundation. He went and showed you on camera as he was giving pizza to the families. Hey, babe, and gave them a check for thousands of dollars from you guys to help take care of the kids and the families that were fighting and battling cancer in Venezuela. Where were your cameras and your passport bro titles for those men? When Andre and I had an empty bedroom during the pandemic, and we got boxed foods. So in each box had dried foods, canned foods, huge box, each one of them really nice size, right? We had boxes stacked to the ceiling in an extra bedroom. Every single week, with you guys' help, we donated tons, not a couple 100 pounds, tons of food to starving families in the Black community here in Cali, Colombia. Where were the passport bro titles then? When Ace Live would get a truck and deliver food to the poor in Barranquilla, Colombia. Where were the passport bro Black men traveling? Where were you then? Looks like I froze again for a second. Forgive me for the struggle streaming tonight, gentlemen, with the Wi-Fi. Where were you guys then? It's amazing how when a situation with Floyd or a couple of years ago in Brazil with Austin, all eyes are on Black men and white men that travel. But when we're doing something positive to help build these communities, it's like y'all don't, all of a sudden you're no longer content creators. What about all the Black men that are in others that have opened up businesses in other countries? What about those? Black men that didn't own hotels in the States because it was so expensive now own hotels in Cartagena, Airbnbs in Cartagena, in Medellin, in Cali, in other parts of the world. Brothers have opened up restaurants, medical centers in other parts of the world. Full-scale rentals. So if you want to be in a place full-time, there are brothers that have places that you can rent full-time. How come I don't ever see content creators talk about Black men doing that? But let there be an Austin Holloman moment, you'll throw shade on Austin. Let it be a Floyd moment or a Jay Rillo moment, you'll go for the views if you can find you another Jay Rillo. And so I'm going to end this statement right here with this. All you guys that travel, it's not just about a passport bro thing, because we're beyond. When passport bro movement moves on, we'll still be traveling. Just like Black men have been traveling long before there was such thing as a passport bro. We were traveling long before there was a mail order bride back in the day. I'm going to say this. For those that don't do what we do and don't understand what we do, this is why we have a gripe with you. You never take the time to show balance. But whenever something happens back home in the Black community, you want us who are part of the Black community to show balance, even though we don't live back in the United States anymore, even though we don't live in Canada or UK anymore, yet you want us to show balance. That's all we're asking. We're not asking you to do something and make and fabricate information. We're not asking you to pretend that we have everything perfect. We're just saying, if you're going to report on what black men are doing and white men are doing when we travel, show it all. Show the balance. Show the balance. Let me go back to the super chats to give you guys a shout out. Shout out to Mike T in the building. He said, love for the game. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother. And shout out to my man MAB in the building. My dude. MAB says, he said, we've helped more people internationally and have more receipts than the donation hustlers that finesse the haters at home. Yes, sir. He said, yeah, I said it. Let's read that one again. He said, we have helped more people internationally. Even if you've given it to donations, we as men, especially black men, have helped with so many donations and so many programs and so much money going towards communities. And we have the receipts to show it. We can pull up videos upon videos upon videos. You know how I got into YouTube? I'll tell you how I got into YouTube. I'm in Medellin, 2017, late 2017, early 2018, right? I go visit Ace Live. We're hanging out in Medellin. This is my first time there, right? Ace had raised money with you guys for the young boys, young black boys in Medellin to buy Mother's Day gifts for their mom. So it was a bunch of young men that Ace had met at the basketball court, and they didn't have any money to buy Mother's Day gifts. And so he told these little black boys, don't worry, I'm going to go to my YouTube audience. We're going to raise money, and you'll have money to be able to buy gifts for your mother, for your mothers and your stepmoms and your grandmothers. And we're going to go to the store and we're going to purchase these gifts, and guys will see it. And that week, I came down. The young men were with us. We go to Exito, and Ace Live says to me, now I want you to host this video. This man literally just threw me in front of a camera. Now I want you to host a video. I want you to walk around and describe how you and the young men are going to be purchasing these toys. I want you to go ahead and see, a lot of y'all know me from when Ace came here to Cali, Colombia, and we did the Tinder video on the terrace of our old apartment. We had Cali, Colombia in the background. So a lot of you guys still talk to me about, hey, I saw you in Ace Live video, the Tinder video. But years before, it was in the donation video. And those kids were able to take those gifts and those flowers and those cards home to their mothers, and those young brothers were able to celebrate Mother's Day with their moms. And then the ball started rolling when it came to no matter where we were going to be doing donations throughout the years. So now I'm 7 years deep with Andrea, and we've been giving and giving and giving. And we've got the receipts to show it. I still can pull up videos right now on our YouTube channel from way back when we were donating during the pandemic and before. That's what frustrates me. Whenever there's bad news, people want to get the views. But whenever we do something positive, like Tailor Made Dreams, Ace Live, Check in Effect, and a lot of other brothers, well, they never want to showcase that. And they want to showcase us as if we're against each other, and we're not. We really aren't. So MAB is absolutely correct. They're the donation hustlers. Please, I'm stuck in DR. I'm at the airport. Please, I'm live. Send me money. My name is Jay Rillo. Wow. That finesse haters at home. Yeah, I said it. Yep. These donation hustlers that don't donate, you don't give donations to give to the community. They get donations because these dudes are stuck somewhere. They're stuck somewhere. And so the haters back home give to these dudes. I'm going to say this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Some of you dudes who just give to anybody, you just as responsible for the fall of Floyd because you gave without sitting back and doing your homework. We all knew Floyd wasn't, the elevator didn't go all the way upstairs, but you gave anyway. We knew Floyd was going whoremongering with your money, but you gave anyway. Come on, you're intellectual man. You're not stupid. I don't think you got tricked. I don't think you got scammed by Floyd, by J-Lo, and other men that move like that. You did it knowing what you were doing. You did it knowing exactly what you were doing. Now, we're going to get to the videos in a second regarding my brother Oshay. Shout out to Oshay. But let's not pretend as if, well, Floyd got me. I didn't know. You know, I was donating to the guy and I didn't think that it was that bad. You knew something was mentally unstable about our brother. We didn't know to what extent. I'll give you that grace. So you're saying that instead of donating to those content creators that is using your money to give back to communities, you'd rather let's be real. Come on, let's be honest, guys. Tonight we're in the barbershop. We're enjoying some beers, right? Many of us gave to Floyd, J-Rillo, and those others because we want to see a car crash. We knew that J-Rillo was going to crash out eventually, and we funded it. We just waited for the accident, and he crashed out in Kenya, right? The brother's still stuck in Kenya, and he's scared to get out of there. We knew Floyd, with his mental instability, was going to eventually crash out, and we funded it. So for all you dudes that think that I think that you stupid, I'm not stupid enough to think that you're stupid. You knew what you were doing. You knew that brother was going to eventually crash out, and you want to see it happen live, where you got what you were looking for. He crashed out. He's in jail in Brazil. J-Rillo is on the run in Africa. Are you happy? Did you get your money's worth? Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not what you came here for? Did you not come to see these young unstable men and other unstable men crash the hell out with a $2 super chat or $2 cash app? Did you get what you were looking for that $2? Because now these guys' lives are ruined, destroyed. If only by accusations it's destroyed. Did you get what you were looking for? I'm serious. Put it in the comment section. Did you get what you were looking for when you sat back and you funded the destruction of these two unstable men? We knew Jay was unstable. We knew Floyd was unstable. And there are other content creators out there that are unstable, and you're steady giving money to them. I didn't say give it over here. No, I'm not talking about that. It's not even about the money. It's the fact that you knew that there was a car accident coming, because I know you're not dumb and you're not unstable. You knew a car accident was coming and you funded it. You funded it. So all this anti-Floyd and anti-J-Rillo videos y'all putting out, how much money did you put out to see this accident occur? Knowing this accident was going to occur, whether you was his friend in the past or whether you was his financer currently. We all can't sit back and play innocent about this young brother. We can't sit back and say, oh yeah, that's him. He made that decision. You saw it coming. Those of us who didn't give to Floyd, you know why we didn't give to Floyd? Why we didn't give to Jay Rillo? Why we didn't give to certain dudes that was crashing out in other countries? You know why we didn't give money to that one LGBTQ young lady in Thailand? Remember the young lady in Thailand, right? The sister. She got stranded, right? She got stranded in Japan. This was like a year and a half ago, right? Come on now. It's not just the men y'all gave money to. Remember the sister got stranded in Japan, and then she made it to Thailand, and a bunch of brothers helped her get an Airbnb and helped her make some money. She flew in her lover from the States, and then she had a spot that was over the beauty salon in Thailand. When rent was due, she didn't pay it. They put her stuff on the streets, didn't it? What did that sister do that we who knew she was unstable, what did she do when they put her stuff on the streets? She destroyed the beauty salon that gave her a roof over her head. And those of us who didn't give money, we knew she was a crash ready to happen. And yet you other guys still gave to her anyway. So if you think that Floyd is a coincidence, Jay Rillo is a coincidence, the sister in Thailand is a coincidence, I feel like Scooby-Doo right now. This sounds like a mystery that's going on, Shaggy. Shaggy, there's a mystery going on and you're funding it. You're funding it. You have to start vetting who you give your money to. You have to sit back and say, you know what? I got, you know, the money to donate and support my favorite content creators. Cool. But I need to watch this person's life, this person's behavior, this person's actions. I'm not talking about look for married dudes or look for perfect dudes. Like I said, this is not a perfect science of Black people traveling. What I am saying is if you see somebody that's unstable and you who are stable are funding it, you know you're waiting for a car to crash. You know what you're doing. I refuse to believe once again that you are stupid, that you're naive, that you're dumb. Just like the brother just said, we fund waiting for failures. We fund waiting for failures. And we don't care who life is destroyed in order for us to see that car accident. And that's the sad part on our part. That's the sad part on our part. Zeta says this. Shout out to Zeta. Like I said, we're going to get to the video part in a second, guys. We have 128 in the building. I appreciate every one of you. We're going to watch the videos with Oshay. Shout out to Oshay. And we're going to watch the reactions as well. Brother Zeta says this. He said, ever notice that when the situations like Floyd happen, that they take one person's trouble and find a way to put the whole bad narrative on all men who travel? In this scenario, I can't just say they put it on the white brothers or the black brothers. Any man that travels with a passport is caught up in the blame of what the accusations with Floyd are. As long as you're an American, remember, they look at our nationality first. Oh my God, that's another one of those Americans, just like the one that's locked up in prison. They're not tripping on our race. So those of you that think that they're looking at they'll be looking at black, they're gonna be looking at black travelers, white travelers, Asian travelers, Latin travelers. If you from the United States, you getting scrutinized. I get scrutinized because of, dude, to this day, I've said this before, To this day, there are people in Colombia that look at my wife as crazy for marrying an American. Even though you guys know how I carry myself, respectfully, try to represent my culture, my people, my country in a positive light. Doesn't matter. I get judged because of what you guys do in Medellin, Sosua, Phuket. I get judged by that. What you done in Poland, in Germany, in Barcelona, in Spain. I get judged by that. I don't care how much I sit back and I say, well, I'm not like that. Doesn't matter. I get judged by my nationality, not my color. They sit back and they don't sit back and say, you're crazy for marrying that black man. There are black men all throughout South America. They call my wife crazy for marrying that American. That's why I say it's sad that we don't realize that your behavior dictates the experience of the next flight that's coming in. I'm gonna say this again. You only think about you and all the Negroes and white boys on your flight. You act a dang fool in DR. You don't think that that's going to impact the brothers that are coming on the next flight. See, I think about the guys on my flight, but I'm grown enough to realize my actions will impact the guys that's coming off the next flight. And there are plenty of guys, man, F what Andre talking about, man. Forget what the dudes, because they don't think about the dude on the next flight. They don't think about the guy that's coming on the next flight. And that's sad. I mean, Alexander's in the building. Glad to see you here, brother. Alexander said, he said, Anton tried to clean up his comments. Wow. He said, I'm not talking about expats or those who travel for culture. Oh, he tried to clean it up. If you guys get a copy of that clip of the episode that he did, could you drop it in the link for me? So I could do a commentary about that. He said he was talking about the guys that were just strictly purchasing box while still taking shots. I know Anton. Anton apologizes sometimes like a single mom. You know how a single mother can make you angry? Well, I apologize if that made you mad. That's how Anton apologizes. I didn't think that was gonna make y'all that angry. That's how Anton apologizes. He apologizes like a single mother would, with no accountability behind it, still throwing a little shots here and there. We're not upset with you, brother Anton. We're just saying that you don't know what you're talking about because you're not out here with us. Just like when it comes to certain circles that you're in, we wouldn't be wise to talk about it because we're not in those circles that you're in, certain circles. So it is with us. And shout out to my brother, Perception in the building is reality. I like that name. Perception is reality. He said, what's up, OG? He said, I wanted your opinion. If a brother met a good woman outside the US, but you don't work, but you don't work a job that will allow you to move overseas, would you stay? It's a bad idea to bring her to the States. That is a bad idea. Not because of her. I want you guys to let's look at what he said again, what my brother said again. Good question. And I'm going to paraphrase it. He said, if a brother meets a good woman, she's a good woman. She just so happened to be outside the States. But hey, I, as a good brother, I ain't got a job right now. My money, even if I got a job, my money ain't sitting like it should be to take care of me fly somebody in. I want you to realize what I'm saying. My money ain't right to where I can fly somebody in, get them stable, pay for an attorney for them to apply for a green card. If you think that you're going to apply for a green card, just apply. Yeah, you don't know much about travel. So she's over here, for example. I got to come out with the money to get the proper attorney to apply for her green card, which could take months upon months of her just sitting in the house, not making any money and living off of me. And I got very little money, but she's a good woman. Yes, she's cooking. Yes, she's cleaning. Yes, she's sexing me. Yes, she's fit, feminine, and friendly. But my money ain't right. I think you already answered your question. To me, just Andre, we're all replaceable. I don't care how good I am to my wife. There are some other good men out there in the world too. I don't care how good my wife is to me. There are some good women out there in the world too. We're all replaceable. And that young lady in the scenario that you're speaking of, she's replaceable. If a person really cared about her, they will allow her to get with someone else who could finance and help her through her life's journey. While I'm back in the States getting myself on track. First, for me, I ain't even got a damn job. And I'm talking I'm TikToking some chick. I'm Snapchatting some chick. I'm bumbling some chick. I'm on Latin Cupid, Colombian Cupid, Philippine Cupid with some chick that I really like, but I cannot afford to have anybody domestically or internationally in my life at this time. At this time. But if I take the time out, just focus on me, get myself on track, get stable, do I need to do, when God sends me the correct person at the correct time, I'm ready for it. Spiritually, emotionally, socially, and economically. So the first international woman that this person in the scenario is meeting shouldn't be the last. You don't owe her anything, or this person in this scenario doesn't owe this woman anything. And this goes for any of us. This goes for any of us. If you trying to holler at a woman in another country and you know your money ain't right to either visit her on a regular basis or be able to bring her over, which I'm not an advocate of, but I know a lot of great couples that they do live in the United States or in Canada or UK. But if you can't, but each one of these men could afford that. Each one of these men can afford that. The one thing that I've noticed of every successful, and I mean this, every successful guy that has brought a woman back to the States, the ones that are successful, I notice that they have this in common. That each one of these men could be there for the woman, and the woman wasn't brought only over there for my satisfaction. I didn't just think about me bringing her from the Philippines. I thought about how it would benefit her, and I would talk to her about how it would benefit her. Lastly, when it comes to this story right here, this question right here, which is a really good question. Lastly, if that person cannot afford to take care of themselves today in their country, they can't join me in my country. I'm gonna say this again. This is very important, gentlemen. If she can afford, I don't care if she's living with her parents. That's normal around the world. She still lives with her parents. That's cool. But if she has no self-sustaining job, full-time, part-time, no nothing, to whereas She doesn't showcase qualities to take care of herself, to file taxes in her home country, to buy a life insurance for herself in her home country. Does she have a motorcycle or a bike or a car in her home country? Is she in school in her home country? If she's doing nothing self-sustaining, or at least trying to do something that's self-sustaining, even while still living with their parents, because we know how common that is in other countries, which is no big deal, right? If she doesn't showcase the ability to move forward, or at least try to move forward for herself in her home country, she damn sure ain't gonna do it when she get to the United States. If you think that she's going to shun laziness, she ain't. She's sexy, attractive, funny, beautiful, lazy in her home country. She gonna come to your country and be sexy, attractive, beautiful, and lazy in your country. But she makes me laugh. I said funny. But she's sexy. I believe she is. She's fun. She makes me feel good, Andre. I truly believe she does. But those butterflies and that honeymoon stage, and once real life kicks in, when you want to purchase a home together with that person, advance together with that person, travel the world together with that person, have children together with that person, file taxes, get married to, or have a long-term relationship together with that person. If that person doesn't know how to take care of themselves in their country, that woman will not know how to take care of you in your country. And I see that failure happen to women that bring men to the States, and I see that failure happen to men that bring the wrong type of woman to the States. The ones that succeed usually have a woman that was sustaining herself or going after goals already when you met her in her own country. She was already a go-getter in her own country. She was already good people in her own country. She was already going to church or mosque or synagogue in her own country. She cared about family in her own country. She cared about the seriousness of relationships in her own country. But if you think that you're gonna fly a chick that's just a party girl to another dude, there are so many horror stories and from dudes that did that. Dude, I forget that YouTube channel that's in Thailand. I keep forgetting the name. The dude has hundreds of stories, and he just narrates all the stories that guys send him of hundreds of European white dudes that go to Thailand, meet a bar girl, fly her to Paris, fly her to Germany for a new life, and their lives are haunted. Those women are horrible, horrible women. And so these guys write the YouTube channel, and the dude on the YouTube, he'll narrate as he's showing. It's kind of funny. He shows you walking through, he'll show himself walking through Phuket, right? But he's narrating one of the stories that have been sent to him. Some of you guys remember the YouTube channel's name. So there is hundreds upon hundreds of white dudes that get got by women in Southeast Asia because the woman was a raggedy ass bar girl. So you got to vet her. You got to vet her. Brother says this. He said I'm working just as a school teacher, transitioning into social work, which is excellent. Congratulations to you, brother. Thank you very much for taking care of the kids. He says no way work that I can work. He says that it's no way work, or is there a way that I could work remotely in South America? There are teaching opportunities to teach English in South America, all the time. Guys come and ladies come down here all the time teaching. Now you'll get paid what South Americans get paid. You'll get paid a little bit more, but you won't make like real money. You get paid like $2,000-3,000 a month, right? So you get paid a little bit more than the average South American. So you can live a little bit better when you're down here teaching English. But once that, here's the kicker. Once that contract runs out, what are you going to do? What are you going to do if you get a teaching contract to be in South America? That contract runs out in 2 years, and you got a teaching opportunity to make 5 times as much in the Philippines. Are you going to stay in Colombia broke, or are you going to take that 5 times more to teach English in the Philippines or in Malaysia? I'm going to say something to you guys, and I mean this. Get the mindset of relocating for women out of your mind. Let America talk like that. Let Canada talk like that. Yeah, they're only moving to other countries for the women. If you interviewed 100 guys that are relocated to another country, you might, and I'm stretching it, you might find 5 of us that literally moved for women. We appreciate the women in other countries. The women in other countries are bonuses, but we got out of the United States because of the United States. And that's why the videos that of this statement that I just made, nobody puts out. You'll never see Anton do a video saying, Andre said that they leave United States because of the United States. And then when we show receipts, Anton and all the rest of them dudes are not going to show receipts that we show why we left the United States because of the United States, because of Canada, because of UK, because of Australia, because of the West. You will never see Anton do a video on why we left the United States, why families are leaving the United States, why older people are in record numbers, in over 60 are leaving the United States. Because it gets more views. They left the United States because they wanted women. I'm serious. Nobody asked, just get 100 dudes. That comment section, do me a favor. Put a yes or no. If you're currently living outside the United States, or if you travel back and forth outside the United States, and I'm talking about when you leave, you're leaving for months. I'm not talking about you weekend warriors, don't respond. I'm not talking about you guys that travel 5 or 6 times for partying. This is not your survey. This is not your survey. Put a yes or no in the comments. Did you leave the United States for a woman, or did you leave the United States because of the United States? Put a yes if you left for a woman. Put a no, I did not leave for a woman. I left the United States because of the damn United States. And a woman was a bonus. Put a 1 in the comments if you left because of a woman and you wanted women in other countries, or you left because of the United States and women in other countries just so happened to be the bonus. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I'm going to come back to it in a second. Will said this: there are more of the hypergamous women, because if you don't, I'm sorry, I saw the space. If you don't live up to their expectations, they will jump quick to the next dude. He's absolutely correct. If you're not the prince in Cinderella chasing them down with the golden slipper, then they'll move on to the next prince. They'll marry Lord Farquaad from Shrek before they marry you. If they can't marry the prince from Cinderella, they'll marry a king, the Duke, Lord Farquaad, before they marry you. They'll marry, you know, Lord Farquaad in Shrek, the little short king. They'll marry him before they marry you dudes. Shout out to the short kings. Let me go back and see what you guys say. So we got one dude, Bing says, yes, I left for a woman or the women. And I said there'll be certain dudes that say yes. The rest of us will. I didn't leave the United States for a woman. I left the United States because the United States and a woman is the bonus. Let's continue on. Twos, no's, twos, twos. The personal answer is no, leaving because of the states. He said, can you do a vote? No, I don't have the ability to create a survey like I used to. I know exactly what you're talking about. Another brother says no. Make sure you guys click the like buttons. We have, actually we got 150 up in here right now, 158. Yeah, 150 up in here. Hit the like button, share. Absolutely correct. No, more no's. He said no, haven't left. He said, I'm establishing my plans. Shout to class 7 in the building. He said network. He said, woman is a bonus, not the blessing. I'm gonna say this again. You guys always hear me say, a woman is the bonus, not the blessing. Your new life in another country is the blessing. A woman is part of the bonus of your blessing. They're the bonus. They're the bonus, but they're not the blessing. Your new life, your new opportunities to be and live whatever country you want to and create the life that you want to with God's blessing. That's the blessing. Don't ever look at women in other countries as the blessing. Just look at them as a bonus. Andre hears me say this all the time. My wife knows she's not my blessing. My life is my blessing. Andrea is a part of that blessing. She's a bonus to the blessing God gave me. The Bible says in Proverbs 31:10 that he that findeth a wife has found favor. God did you a favor. That is not the full blessing. It's just one of my favors. So for dudes that sit back and just bow their heads down to the almighty Colombiana, the almighty Brazilian, you're doing it bass backwards, dude. Let me scroll down. Shout out to Kobe in the building. Kobe said, he said, why are guys who don't travel talking trash? Because they don't travel. You basically answered the question, brother. Because they don't travel. Let's get ready to go to the video. I know you guys, yeah, yep. He said, I have 1.5 years left. Countdown. Man, dude, you know who I got a lot of respect for when it comes to this travel space? Y'all ready? And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I have more respect for you guys that are doing it with patience than any other group of people that travel. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Every one of you guys that are patient with your bottom line plans when it comes to traveling and relocating, and you're being patient with yourself, you're being patient and going after your goals. You're not looking at somebody else's life with jealousy. You're happy for the next man who was able to move to Thailand before you or the Philippines before you. You're happy for him. I respect you guys. Because a lot of times on YouTube, you don't get enough YouTube creators that tell you that us who are successful had to be patient. My journey, 2016, it took me to November 2019 to officially move here. Ace Live took him 2 to 3 years to go from Miami to traveling the way that he does. Tailor Made Dreams, from Atlanta area to officially full-time living in DR, 5 years. My brother Marcus from Love, Purpose, and Passports, him and his wife in DR in Santo Domingo, 7 years. 7 years. And I know brothers that have women that are in the States that they're married to, that they, their wife from other country to the States. Many of us on average took 2, 3, 4 years for our dream to come to fruition. See, you see this end, and so you want to rush it. I don't have no respect for all you dudes that's trying to rush it. But when my brother just said, hey, Dre, I got a year and a half before I start the full movement of my journey, I got respect for you, brothers. I got far more respect for you patient dudes that realize it's going to take patience. 3 years, 4 years. Some of you are still dads. It may take 15 years for the full fruition of you living in another country because your youngest is just 3. 7. I got more respect for you guys that said, in the next 15 years, while I'm still taking care of my youngest child, I'm going to travel to this country. I'm going to travel to that country. I'm going to explore this country. So by the time my child gets old enough, I know what 3 countries I've narrowed it down to. I might even own a piece of property in one of them. So when my child gets older, I already got a piece of property waiting for me on that particular island or that particular city in that particular country. You got 15 years to do it. That's why I appreciate and I've got more respect for the patient man than for the man that's so antsy and he makes mistakes. He makes mistakes. Shout out to all you guys that's taking your time. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. If I had to take my time and all your favorite content creators had to take their time, some of us got to get our certifications. Some of us got to start new careers. I've met so many of Theo's graduates. These were the graduates for 2022, 2021. They're the ones that's out here now of Theo's graduates. Let me go back to this in a second, brother. If you ever want to know who's out here that I'm meeting on a regular basis that are Theo's graduates, class of 2021, class of 2022, class of 2023. They finally made it out here in 2024, 2025. But they started their journey at the first Black Manosphere conclaves. But we want to think about them dudes having to be patient from 2021 to be able to leave and live in any country in 2024. You don't think about them. You just think about your class 7, your class 6. Well, if those brothers who started in the beginning and they had to buy their own books, if those brothers who started when Theo first started sharing this information with us, if they're out here now enjoying their best life, and they had to be patiently waiting and doing it, what makes you think that we who in 2026, 2027 classes don't have to be patient if the guys from 2021, 2022 had to be patient? Right, brothers? So I'm telling you, man, I respect you dudes that are patient, man. Take your time, man. It's going to unfold. Life ain't going nowhere. Life is still lifing. Now let me go back to the comment that I was just looking at. Oh man, I got a bunch of comments that just highlighted from out of nowhere. Let me just go to the super chats. Scroll down. Oh, Official Kobe was speaking. He said, why are guys who don't travel talking trash? Because they don't travel and they feel comfortable talking trash. All you military brothers, you had to be patient. You left the military, what you get, 70% disability? And so you had to wait until you got 75%, 80% disability. Many of you got to 90% disability. You say, you know what, I could leave now, but I'm gonna wait until I get 100% of my military disability. and you were patient. And now many of you are living in other countries, getting all the benefits that you deserve and more. You went to school, you use it in school, your kids use it in school. So they were able to go to school because dad went to the military. And you were patient. Keep using that patience that you use when you get your military benefits, brothers. Because a lot of times they see you military men out here and they think y'all living a life of Riley. Y'all just living good. But they don't realize how patient y'all had to be to get all your military benefits before you left. I remember, I'm not even a military dude, but I know how patient you gentlemen had to be. K-Dub says this, shout out to my brother over there in Europe. He said, what's good, Dre? He said, I had to wait 2 years, including 1 year working 100 times hours, 100 plus hours a week, hating life, and had no end in sight. Patience was the key. Patience was the key. Like I said, I started my journey in regards to relocating in 2016. Took me all the way to the end of 2019. And what happened in 2020? The pandemic. If I wasn't patient, I'd have still been stuck in the States. But because of patience, I was able to do everything in its time and leave November 26, 2019. My brother Tevin in the building, Avengers Assemble. Oh, he said this is the one, he said, here's a channel that talks about the expats in Asia, the Thai Philippine women. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to scroll down and get that. Hey, Tevin, do me a favor for me, because I don't think I can pull it up real quick. Send that to me over on WhatsApp or over on send it over to me on WhatsApp or maybe on Facebook or maybe on or in the Patreon. Send that over to me if you don't mind. Appreciate it, brother. Kofa in the building. Appreciate you being here, man. He said patience and planning. He said 3 to 5 years left. Perfect. Some of you guys think that I'm going to always say perfect as if you got 3 to 4 months left. No, I'm telling you, there is so much you can do the more time you got left before your journey. Because I'm telling you something. Y'all ready? That last year in the States or in Canada or UK is going to fly by. And your first year in your new country, that's going to fly by. So if you think that you can depend on your last year in the United States to get things in order, that last year gonna fly by so fast. Don't trust that last year. I'm telling you, I'm giving y'all some good advice. Do not trust your last year in the States or in Canada, UK, if you got a lot to take care of. If you got a lot to take care, I'm telling you, because that last year in the States and that first year in your new country, man, listen, it flies by. So to have some years left gives you time to take care of some business with patience. Shout out to you with the $9.99, brother. Let's get ready to get started with the video. Let me see if I can pull this video up for us, because we are definitely, this is a good topic for us all. Let me see something here. Not there. Let's go back and go back here. Let me close this out. And thank you guys for your patience tonight. And I hope I'm helping out somebody in regards to keeping you guys encouraged. I really am. Let's go here and here. Let's see if it's here. Oh, wait a minute. That's why I'm spelling the wrong thing.
Yesterday, and of course there's a big story about a passport bro that got arrested in Brazil, and I was listening and this comment came about.
Andre Love, Crossing Borders TV. Shout out to you, man. I watched your stream on Anton Daniels.
Now, the brother was using the screen name Mostly Money Politics, but I know the guy. His name is Andre from Love Crossing Borders TV. Now, this is a brother from, I believe, Detroit. He's now living in Colombia, and he's married to a Colombian, and he's one of the more influential Passport Bros channels out there. And so I was amazed that he would do a stream about things. Andre is not really a confrontational guy, but something must have happened. And I think I know where it came from.
1,000 miles that they say live overseas, that is still their girlfriend. They only see 2 or 3 times a year, but they got to make sure that they're in Brazil.
I happened to be on BMT Live yesterday, and of course there's a big story about a passport bro that got arrested in Brazil, and I was listening and this comment came about.
Andre Love, Crossing Borders TV. Shout out to you.
The brother was using the screen name
Second.
Mostly Money Politics, and he's married to a Colombian, and he's one of
Okay, guys, let me start it over again. Let me start the video over again. Looks like we were kind of like glitching for a minute on this end. I want you guys to really enjoy the video. Let's
live yesterday, and of course there's a big story about a passport bro that got arrested in Brazil, and I was listening and this comment came about.
Andre Love, Crossing Borders TV. Shout out to you, man. I watched your stream on Anton Daniels.
Now, the brother was using the screen name Mostly Money Politics, but I know the guy. His name is Andre from Love Crossing Borders TV. Now, this is a brother from, I believe, Detroit. He's now living in Colombia, and he's married to a Colombian, and he's one of the more influential Passport Bros channels out there. And so I was amazed that he would do a stream about Anton Daniels. And I think I know where it came from.
I've seen guys travel 4,000 miles around the country in order to go and get some Ladyboy box. I've seen guys send money
money. And so when you put the time in as a content creator, people will respect you, but it will come to a point where just enough is enough. That's why I was really shocked at Andre's video, because he was going hard.
One thing about being American that we can all agree on, we think the more money we make, the more we have the right to be an asshole, right? Let's be real. We think the more money we make, the more we could be opinionated. We think that we're never wrong. We think that we got the game down pat, especially the more money that we make. We think we got the game down pat. I've never been arrested. I've been married to my girl since we were 20 years old. We think that we have a resume and it translates over to everything. I don't care how good I am when it comes to traveling. I'm still on learner mode.
Before I go any further, shout out to my brother Theo Wolf in the building. He said, I'm stuck here. He said, Chewbacca hid my ticket. Shout out to Chewy, Theo's dog. Shout out to Theo being in the building. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
Woo! Anton Daniels does have what some could consider a confident or cocky attitude that could be opulent in nature. But again, this is what Andre is talking about. You know, just because you have a lot of money, it doesn't mean that you know everything. And you're not over here with us, okay? They would also point out the fact that Anton Daniels travels the world himself, going to Tokyo and other places. And he talks about how amazed he is on his trips. So then how is Anton Daniels still being so rude or disrespectful toward the passport bros? But this assault will continue.
Nobody has the right to criticize what you do if you ain't hurt nobody with the gift called life. And they criticize us and criticize us and criticize us. And they never do a video on the white boys that's traveling. White boys been hollering passport bros just as long as we have over the last couple of years. They have never did one reaction video to the white boy. But
That's the funny part. Where was Anton in all these critics when the white brothers, and this is not a slight at our white passport bros or brothers that are expats or digital nomad. This is not a race thing. But where was Anton and all the guys that had commentary and 2 cents to say when that white boy deleted that that Colombiana in Bogota 2 or 3 years ago? Where were they? When that white boy chopped that Colombiana up, put her in a suitcase, rolled her out in a grocery cart to get rid of the body. Where was Anton? Where is Anton and them when Colombia is cracking down on dudes coming into this country with 500 condoms, 15 dildos, a partridge in a pear tree? When them white boys get caught over the last few months and they turning them around for being on that angels list, for being pedophiles in the States, where is Anton and all these critics? I'm not coming at Anton. I'm saying that, can we get some balance? Where is Anton when it's time to laugh at the white boys who get caught up in the Philippines? There are white boys right now that are in Indonesia on death row for bringing drugs into Indonesia. Y'all don't want to talk about that, huh? You don't want to talk about that. But you'll talk about Brittany Griner when she got caught with a little bit of weed in Russia. Or you'll make videos all day long on the sister. She got caught with a little bit, but these white brothers was trafficking in Indonesia, and they've been doing it now, knowing that they can get the death penalty. And we've done videos on it. That's the hypocrisy. That's the hypocritical part about it all. And I mean, not only Anton, I'm talking about other content creators that are out there. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it all. Or how about we even do this? I got a better suggestion. Let's shut the hell up if we don't know what we're talking about. How about we do that one? I think that one will work for us. Just shut the hell up if I don't know what I'm talking about. And this doesn't just, I'm not just talking to my brother Anton. Y'all know I got love and respect for Anton. I'm talking to all you content creators that be coming out the black dudes that travel, but you scared. And I'll say this again, you scared to talk about the white dude that you worship oh so much. That's why I sit back and sometimes I look at brothers back in the States and I swear y'all love white men more than white men do. Y'all love the white man. Like Malcolm said, we sick, boss. We sick. So many of you plantation bros, you wonder why we call y'all plantation bros, because we sick, boss. You'll never want to do a video talking about what the white dudes are doing. These dudes are doing stuff, man, black brothers ain't thought about doing yet. They turning brothers around in Medellin. Most of the part, because you got pay for play on your phone. A lot of them white boys that's being turned around, because they on that angels list that America shares with Colombia. And Colombia said, oh no, white boy, you mess with babies. You can't come to our country. You known for messing with babies in your country. If you gonna mess with babies in your country, we know, yeah, you turn your ass up. You might as well get back on the next flight. But you don't hear the travel YouTube community talk about the white brothers that get turned back around for messing with babies. And how we should clap to see whether it be black or white, whoever it is that's a pervert, get sent back to the States, no matter what race. And I mean, no matter what race. Like I said, this is not an attack on the white brothers. This is talking about, if you're talking about I'm a journalist, where's the fair and balanced journalism? I know too many large YouTube travel channels, and too many small YouTube travel channels that only talk about the discrepancies in regards to the learning curve of black men when it comes to travel. But the madness that some of our white and Latin and Asian counterparts are doing is just as demonstrative as some of the black brothers. Let's go back to the video and then I'll come back to the comments, gentlemen.
Us, the black man with the audacity to use a passport and all the gifts, the tax breaks and everything else that you get for being an expat. Oh, they don't like seeing that.
Now, he argues that black men or men in general have the right to live anywhere they want. And there is a lot of life outside of America. Now, it is important to note that Anton Daniels, in his strategy on his channel, is not really a black American ideologist or a pro-black, but he does have a pro-American perspective, which is unique because he does have a big black following, but he also has a non-black following. Very America first, not necessarily black America, but America first. And so if you have to leave America to get anything, then something about you is a loser. This is not verbatim Anton, but it is a big picture of what he's saying in the wider context. If you can't get women in America, you're a lame, you're dusty, you're broke, you're on that BS. But then here is kind of where the problems start coming towards Anton's argument.
I became a passport bro for 3 reasons. Reason number 1, I didn't want to be a stepfather to another man's kids here. Most of the women in my community, and most of the women that I was meeting and dating who were aesthetically pleasing to me, who I was attracted to, had kids.
Like I mentioned before, there is a pool of men that travel and became passport bros because of the behavior of the women in the United States compared to the behavior of the women in other countries. Whether it be the behavior of women in the US, Canada, or just the West in general, these guys got tired of the women's behavior. And I can understand that. And then they decided to go to countries that they felt they saw more traditional behavior in masses compared to the few traditional women in our own home country. I'm with that. But just like I said earlier, I didn't leave America because of no women. It wasn't nothing that a woman in the United States was doing or didn't do that caused me to decide to leave. I left the United States because of the United States. I left the United States because of the political landscape, the economic landscape where corporations rule over our government. I left the United States because of the unhealthy foods. They ship the healthy foods, the healthy Kellogg's, the healthy General Mills to other countries. But the trashy Frosted Flakes, the trashy Apple Jacks stays in the States. I left the United States because it's the only country in the world, other than the island of New Guinea, that does not have health care for individuals that get sick. You don't have automatic. See, some of you think that PTO means that, well, if I get sick, that is good. No, there are countries that have automatic PTO that has nothing to do with your vacation time. That have nothing to do with your PTO vacation time. You don't have to use your PTO or your vacation time if you get sick in these other countries. You've got vacation time and you've got time away if you get. America is the only one that don't have that. America, I left the United States because it ranks number 6 in the world for malpractice, for leaving stuff in your body. I left the United States because we don't even rank in the top 10 cleanest water in the world, drinking water. I left the United States because the passport in the United States is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And I'm seeing other countries coming together to weaken the dollar over time. It won't be now, but they planning on making it weaker. I left the United States because I know that when it comes to noise pollution and any other type of pollution, it is not good or conducive for a Black man such as myself. Just talk from my perspective. It's not healthy for me to be in a community or a city where I got to hear sirens all day long, or I got to hear somebody riding down the street booming the latest hip hop song. That's not healthy. We think it is because it's the norm in our country. But if you look it up and how it impacts your health over time, that's not a good thing to listen to noise pollution all the time. Americans speak extremely loud. And then you go to other countries around the world and they don't speak, unless it's a celebration or something, they don't speak half the volume that we speak. And it could be 50 people in a room and they speak with the volume of 5. I left the United States because I got tired of seeing racial incidences that nobody did anything about. We march, but no change happened. I got tired of being in a country where, of course, we can have weapons to protect ourselves, but we don't need automatic weapons around these crazy fools that's walking around deleting little children in kindergarten classes, deleting grandmothers in churches. Yes, we do need weaponry to protect ourselves, but the level of weaponry that's on the streets for the average grandparent to purchase now, that ain't got nothing to do with protecting your home. What does a street sweeper have to do with if somebody breaking your house? Unless it's 30 people breaking in your house, oh yeah, I need to. What do you? I ain't never seen nobody that stopped a criminal from breaking in their house said, I had to pull my Uzi out. When you heard grandma say she had to pull her Uzi out to stop a criminal? Shotgun, yes. Pistol, yes. Other automatic weapons, yes. But the level of military weapons that we got on the streets in the States is only being used for mass people in the States. That's why I left the United States. You think I left the United States because of a female? What type of idiot do you think I am? Passport bros leave for the women. So I'll let this brother and other brothers like him use women as their scapegoat. I'm gonna put it where the ghost can get it. I left the United States because of the United States. Not even because of the people. I love us Americans. I don't like the direction America is going. I love us Americans. I don't like the direction that America is going. And that argument of talking about, well, you should stop using the US dollar. Tell that to the corporations that been left the United States long before I did, and they still making money off the US dollar. Kentucky Fried Chicken, been gone. Wendy's, been gone. Coca-Cola, been gone. A lot of the companies and corporations that you see every day, they been left the United States. They in Taiwan somewhere. They're in Canada somewhere. They're in Ireland somewhere incorporated. They're in Korea somewhere incorporated. They just make money off of the US dollar. General Electric, been gone. The day that corporations stop using the American dollar, then you can check me about using the American dollar. But if corporations can leave the United States and still hustle y'all for y'all American dollars, don't cry to me about the fact, well, you still use the American dollar. Number two, don't cry to me about loving America. I love America. If you gonna cry to me, cry to Tina Turner, cry to Diana Ross, cry to Madonna, cry to Michael Jackson, cry to some of our civil rights leaders like Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, and many others that left the United States and had wonderful lives and only will come back to make money, make deals, make a movie, make songs, have a concert. Soon as the concert tour was over or the movie being made was over, they got the hell out. If they could come to the United States and still make money and get the hell out and have passports, and the rich right now to this day are considering or getting passports like collecting baseball cards. So the rich can do it and y'all won't bitch. So rich people can get all the passports they want from other countries and y'all won't say anything. That's cool, right? Corporations can leave and get all the money from Americans, and that's cool. Entertainers can leave America, and that's cool. White kids in college, Mom, I'm not going to college yet. I'm going to take my backpack. I'm going to live in hostels and I'm going to travel the world and discover myself. So teenage white kids can discover themselves around the world and make movies about it since I was a teenager. And that's cool. But let this black man and other black men have the audacity to use a passport to leave America because of America and not because of women. I'm lying to myself. There's got to be a discrepancy in his argument. That can't be true. The only reason a black man would leave, the only reason would be because of women, because of the behavior of the women. But you've never said that about white men. You've never said that about Latin men that leave. You've never said that about Asian men that leave. Our Indian brother from India, you've never said that. You've never said that about the Caribbean brother. You've never said that about the African brother. But the brothers that were born and raised in the States, how dare you leave our country 'tis of thee? So the Caribbean brother, he can come back and forth. The African brothers, they can come back, and sisters can come back and forth. The white dude can come back and forth. The Asian, the Jamaicans, the Asians, the Latins, they can come back and forth in and out of the United States, and it's cool. But you black men and you black women, who the hell are you to dare think that you can leave the United States because of the United States? Who do you think you are? Nigger, if you don't get your nigger ass back on that plantation and make more money and have more babies and get rid of that dream of living the American dream outside of America, nigger, you've lost your mind. So when you listen to brothers like this that try to sell you the concept of I left because women are this and women are that or women are this, not me and not thousands of other men and women that left the United States. The 10 million of us that are out here right now, we did not leave because of a bitch. We left because of a country. We left because of a country. And for all you dudes that's scared to say it, I ain't. And that's why I said it. Let's go back to the video and I'll come back to the comments and everything else, guys.
I simply didn't want to pay for another man's kids. Reason number two, they all want you to pay for everything. So why don't I just go somewhere else where my money goes longer, stretches further, and I can give them the same exact thing for a fraction of the cost. And reason number three of why I became a passport bro is because of the obesity rates. I like women who are thin, who have flat stomachs, who wear their own hair, and who have good shapes. I do not want a woman that is larger than me.
Now, the brother says in the video, one of the reasons why he wants to be a passport bro is because of, look, I'm not trying to be dealing with single moms. And that's a big part of dealing with American women. Almost all the ones that look good have kids, okay? And then here is something that Anton Daniels has said about single moms himself.
We got to start back at the beginning. No more remixing, no more ready-made families. Don't let them shame you because you got preferences. They got preferences too. They just can't get what they want. Never, ever go and be a step baby daddy and take on a family that's not yours. That's not in your best interest.
Anton Daniels has said in general that, look, dealing with single moms is a bad thing. Don't let them shame you or lower your standards. And shout out to Richie Mack because he was interviewed by BMT and he points out something that's pretty interesting.
Anton got paper, so he can command those type of things, especially in the situation he's in. But Anton, if he went out in today's world, if God forbid anything ever happens in your relationship, but if you went out in today's world and had to deal with these women, because I watch you on your channel, I watched Anton destroy. It was like him and it was like Anton versus 9 hyenas. And he was letting them have it. He was giving them the business. So imagine having to deal with that, Anton, if you don't have your wonderful wife, and you have to deal with that every day, man. You would get out too. Because I also watched Anton go to Japan and he loved it.
Woo! Now, shout out to Richie Mack because he's saying something that's very important. The first thing that Richie Mack says is, listen, I really respect Anton as a creator. He's doing this thing. But I have seen Anton basically go at it with black women 9 or 10 on 1 and talk to them about how disrespectful that these women are. And yes, we understand that not all black women are like that, but that is enough of a representation of what we as black men have faced. Now, Anton, you've been married for 20 years. Maybe your wife is not like that, but every black man hasn't found that. Okay. Now, Anton, you could be an excellent man. She could be an excellent woman. You got lucky. We don't know. I'm not speaking in terms of I'm Richie Mack, but the reality is that many black men cannot find a woman like that, or it is difficult for them to find a woman like that. And so what black men are trying to do is to go elsewhere to find it. Now, this strategy that we're talking about here is getting in where you fitting in. Okay. What some black men are doing is saying, listen, maybe we can't compete with what is out there and we need more. Certain black men are limited by, let's say, where they live. Some black men don't live in larger metropolitan states. So going overseas may give them a better opportunity, especially a lower cost of living, especially a different experience, especially a different stress. Not everybody is looking to be a big time CEO or a person that is opulent or maybe wealthy like Anton Daniels. And that's the point that they're making. But then Anton Daniels has went back and forth with Passport Bros, and he mentioned something that is important.
Y'all is aged up. Now you trying to figure out where all the good girls go. Y'all f***ed them all. You niggas f***ed them all. Y'all f***ed them all.
Right.
Wait a minute, pause. And I'll come back. Let's listen to what Anton just said. I want to repeat that before I give my commentary.
Looking to be a big time CEO or a person that is opulent or maybe wealthy like Anton Daniels. And that's the point that they're making. But then Anton Daniels has went back and forth with Passport Bros, and he mentioned something that is important.
Y'all is aged up. Now you trying to figure out where all the good girls go. Y'all f***ed them all. You niggas f***ed them all. Y'all f***ed them all.
Right.
So now, when you get done, f***ing them all, now you like, you know what, man, ain't no good ones out here.
Before he goes any further, is it just me? Maybe it's just me. They said the reason we left because we couldn't get no pussy in the States. Right? We couldn't find any women that wanted us, and we were just so simple and so shy and so lame or so zesty or so sassy. Blue Book gentlemen, you couldn't get a woman in the States, and that's why you had to leave. See, they not say to this day, to this second, that you had to leave the United States or Canada or UK or Australia to get a woman? Don't they say that you are LBH, loser back home? You couldn't get no coochie back home. You were lame. They've been spewing this for like, what, 2-3 years? The reason why the Passport Bros exist, because they're full of lames that don't have any money, they have no education, and they couldn't get any women back home, so they go back to other countries and lie. Wait a minute, Anton, pause now. You just said that we fucked them all in the States. I've been saying that for years, that men who have passports ain't never had a problem finding quantity in the States. The problem was trying to find quality in the States, in Canada, in UK, Western Europe, if you will. So now y'all confirming that we was getting the coochies? Is that what I'm hearing? So now y'all confirming that we were getting the ladies. So if you gotta, hey, just like y'all believe that the Passport Bros and Blue Book gentlemen need to get our narrative under one umbrella, you who criticize us, y'all need to get y'all narrative corrected too. Because you can't say that we smashed them all before we left. But then y'all making videos about us saying we ain't never got no coochie and we're lonely, the black male loneliness epidemic. You got to make up your mind. Either we was getting the coochies and we found out as we were getting the coochie, we were getting quantity and not quality as we were getting these coochies. Or your first narrative, we wasn't getting nobody. Which one is it? Which one is it? Shout out to my man Will. Will says this. He said, I met a family of 6 from the Netherlands. He said, all at the Colombian driver's license bureau, all getting their driver's license. He said, they were telling me this was one of several places that where they have a home. I'm going to repeat that. The last line. This family from the Netherlands said, this is one of several places that they have a home. So it's okay for white people to get a home in whatever country they want. But you blackies, you jungle bunnies, if you dare to build a home and get passports in other countries, you are a turncoat, you are a traitor to your country. You are no longer a native to your country. Because you are trying to do what the white man does, diversification. Gentrification and diversification. How dare you? The only gentrifier we respect is the white man. He could come to Harlem and take over Harlem with gentrification. He can go to Mexico and take over cities of Mexico with gentrification and diversification. But you niggers, if you dare to go gentrify and diversify your portfolio of opportunities, the scarlet letter is on your forehead. You can't make this issue. Shout to Theo once again in the building. Zeta says this. He said, who remembers Afrotech, especially from last year? He said, those women were going out there or going to there to get all us nerd dudes. Yes, they were. Girl, you can find your husband at Afrotech. You can find, oh, now y'all want the nerdy dudes. Y'all call us loners. Y'all call us, we weren't the party dudes. We weren't the bad boys. But y'all steady going to Afrotech trying to get a husband. Which one is it, ladies? Are we the nerdy dudes? Are we the dudes that's not the cool kids? Then why you got your butt down here at Afrotech trying to scoop us up? Times that tight with the bad boys? Going back to the bad boys. In the words of Jay-Z, you build one hove, build another hove. Build another hove. Jay-Z said in the song Champion, when he was talking to Damon Dash, when they first broke up and Damon Dash was bragging about, we made you, hove. Jay-Z said in the song Champion, okay, Dame, you made one hove, build another hove. Build another hove. Go on back to the bad boys, lady. Don't come to Afrotech. You ain't want us in Afrotech. Now we traveling. Now we got passports. Now you want to come to Afrotech? No, you build one hove, build another hove. Go on back to the bad boys. He said, but we lame, and that's why I left them. Just talk. He said, just listen to them talk. They contradict themselves. Absolutely correct. Shout out to all 180 of you guys in the building. Theo says this. He said, all the cool nerds are at the conclave. I wish I had my horns. All the cool nerds are at the Black Manosphere Conclave every August, every September, first week of September, we're at the Black Manosphere Conclave. You are absolutely correct. All the cool nerds. Yes, sir. And I consider myself a cool nerd, without a doubt. I've always been a nerd dude. I ain't never denied my nerdness. I'm 1/3 nerd. I ain't gonna even lie. I've never denied I'm 1/3 nerd. I'm just Eastside Detroit, a Detroit hood nerd. Like I'm the nerd dude that I will get you. but I'll know how to chop the body up because I read. See what I'm saying? Let me read how to dismantle this body. That's the nerd side. Seriously, man. I don't just be reading books in jail. I know which books to read. That's the nerd side. The 2/3 got me in jail. The nerd side kept me out of jail. You caught that? The 2/3 of how I was got me in prison for 10 years. But as long as I had that 1/3 nerd, that 1/3 has kept me out of prison way over 10 years. Let's go back to the video.
Y'all been busting these hoes down since y'all came out the womb. So now,
They didn't want to get married. Those chicks didn't want to get married.
It ain't no good girls because y'all not good niggas. That's what it is. So now you niggas want to be like, oh man, you know what? We got to figure it out. These women is washed up. They yo hoes. Y'all made them that way.
Woo! Now, here is what I'm gonna say. And I know I have been critical of Anton. Again, I don't dislike Anton as a person. He's a person that I have spoke with offline and have some level of respect for. But he's somebody I spoke to offline, always have a certain level of respect for. But here is where he's right. Okay, I have watched Anton Daniels with this YouTube thing. Fail, try again, fail, try again, and then figure it out. Now, what Anton Daniels is saying is that a lot of the black men that are in the passport bro community, you have helped create the problem that you're complaining about. And now the women are there. You did not want to take care of these women. And you're trying to run to somebody else's community in which they've set the precedents for their women. And as much as we want to talk about passport bros and everything like that, and take it from a man that lives overseas, I cannot get over the fact that part of this, or what he's talking about in the argument, is a strong point. Black men have every opportunity around the world or in Black America to build what they want to see. I have seen other groups do it. I've seen, in my honest opinion, groups of men who are far less talented. And what they do is create particular spaces for the women to behave. I've seen it with the Nation of Islam. You know, a lot of the guys in the Nation of Islam are not high earners like some black men. And you see how their women behave, how their women act. And so that's just because those brothers have decided to be disciplined and to create their own environment. Now, what's happened is the dysfunctional environment of Black America has turned a lot of black people off, black men and black women included. And we're not going to sit here and say that all black men have created this environment. Some black men can't even get a woman to date them and they become a passport bro. But not every passport bro is a man considered unattractive, a man that's broke, a man that's not as unskilled. In fact, a lot of brothers that go overseas are very skilled, have good jobs, have good pensions, have made tons of money in their lifetime. And so what he's saying here is, listen, you know, you guys have clapped these ladies' cheeks, made them single moms, and then you go overseas, and then this is some of the behavior. And you know what? Not all the time, but you can find plenty of incidents where you have people associated with the passport bros that behave like this. And so what it says to him is, you're not trying to develop where you're at. And the grass is the greenest where you water it. All right. And I can't get away from that being factual. It's the truth. The grass is the greenest where you water it. If you are, as a man, are upset with what you see happening in your world, you are strong enough. You and a group of black men are strong enough to change it. I can tell you that the same BS that happens with dating overseas could happen in America. And I understand that, you know, hey, the Pookeishas and the Keishas and all that can get to a brother. But it depends on what kind of man you are.
Okay. My brother Oshay says, it depends on what type of man you are. A group of black men can come together and change the community, in the words of Obsidian. Put a 1 in the comment section or 2 in the comment section if you believe that. Put a 1 in the comment section if you really believe that it just takes black men, if we just work a little harder, we could change the black community. If you believe that, put a 1 in the comment section. Put a 2 in the comment section if you believe, like me and many others, no matter how much those plantation bros act or move to progress the community, it is too late. It is too much money being made keeping women in our community the way that they are. Do I believe that the black community will change? Excuse me. Yes. Do I believe that it'll happen in my lifetime? No. See, here's the kicker that Anton, our brother Oshay, and a lot of guys don't want to admit. If I went back to the state, let's say I was single, and all you guys that are single right now, you live in the States, you live in Canada, you live in UK, Western Europe, Australia, right? You found a good woman. I mean, she's a good one. Fit, feminine, friendly. I'm talking about everything Kevin Samuels said, Jesus said, the Bible said. She's a Proverbs 31 woman. I'm talking about everything. You're still going to have to deal with the political landscape that's trash with your good woman. You're still going to have to eat unhealthy food that's prepared by your good woman. You're still going to have to see the divorce rates, the madness, and people fighting in the same grocery store that you and your good woman are shopping. You still going to have haters that hate on you and your good woman. So even if you stay in the States and find a good woman, there is still so much of America that is anti-you and anti your good woman. And that's why it's not about, for me, it was never about the women. I know that there's a wonderful women in the United States, but I cannot say that wonderful woman is in a wonderful United States. Man, if it wasn't for the United States, you wouldn't be who you are today. Correct. People die to get into our country for opportunity. Correct. And yet I still see the rich and the famous and corporations leaving in masses. So I got a choice. I can look at average people coming to the United States and succeeding, or I can sit back and look and pull the curtain back and look at where the rich are going, the famous are going, and even more, the corporations that control our government are going. So average people are coming in, but why are the rich and the corporations and the famous leaving? I sent Theo a video the other day of Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is the future Hall of Fame defensive tackle for the Cleveland Browns. I mean, this dude is the best of the best of the best. He just got like a $200 million, $300 million contract as a football player, right? I sent Theo the video. This brother is studying Japanese and getting better and better to where he was speaking in the press conference, and they asked him, "What did you learn this week?" And he was speaking fluent Japanese. Do y'all think that when Myles Garrett retires in 2 or 3 years, that's just a hobby? You think a man worth $300 million is learning Japanese as a hobby? These rich people know something that the average person that's given their lives to come into the United States don't know. For all you do, they're going through road rage. Every time you go to work, every morning, there's something that you don't know. And then when you see us that live in other countries and are at peace without being mega rich yet, you question it, especially if it's a black man. But if a white guy is out here, how many times have we seen the movie? A white guy said, "You know what, dude? I'm going to sell my house. I'm going to move to Argentina, or I'm going to move to Brazil, open up me a surf spot in a little area on the beach. Gonna live out the rest of my days." You can have a redneck from Kentucky. Boy, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead, now that my mama's passed on. We making good money off the crops. Think it's my time to retire and leave it to my sons, my kinfolk. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let the boys take over the land and the crops and the cattle. Think I'll go ahead and move down to Mexico. I've got me a little gal down there. Think I'd live the rest of my days out there. I ain't got to be rich like them crazy politicians. I just want to spend the rest of my days in peace. We ain't got no problem when the white boys do it. We ain't got no problem when the white dude retired from New York Stock Exchange. He's made his money and he's living somewhere in Eastern Europe with 3 fine Eastern European women. We ain't got nothing to say about it. Live your life, retired stockbroker. Live your life. But let a black man do it. And I'm not talking out of victim, because see, let's take a pause for a second. Black people in the United States talk like victims. White man this, white man that. I wish the white man would give me the right to this. White man, give me a Grammy. White man, give me an Oscar. White man, I need you, white man. I'm not that dude. I don't think like that. I don't move like that. So when you hear me talk about the comparison, I'm talking about the comparison of we're doing the exact same thing that our white brothers are doing and corporations are doing. So don't criticize one over the other. If you do, you got that right to do that. You got the right to make only black videos. You have that right. But when these cameras go off, I'm just letting you know as a tip. I'm pulling curtains back for you. I'm letting you know. White brothers are doing the exact same thing that we brothers are doing also. The only thing that I've always criticized brothers for is that we talk too much on cameras. We should have kept pay for play under wraps. We should have let the whoremongers be the whoremongers. We should have let the party dudes that party, let them party. Because white boys don't show all they've been doing it since the early 1900s. They keep their mouth shut. You ain't seeing too many. You know how hard it is to find those white Italian brothers footage when they used to party in Cuba back in the 50s, back in the 40s. You know why? Because them white boys, them Italian white boys knew to shut the hell up. Party, have your fun. They had casinos all over Cuba. Ain't said nothing to nobody. White dudes been going to Vietnam, in the military and outside the military. They keep their mouth shut. White boys been going to other countries buying weed, cocaine, everything. They kept their mouth shut. They became digital nomads, teaching English in other countries, working online with businesses, affiliate marketing. And they smashing every chick in every brothel. They ain't nothing on camera. We going to Austria. We going to Holland. We going to Finland. We hitting the red light. They're going to show you everywhere in Finland. Eat this. Look at that mountain. Look at over here with all the kids. Look over here with all the architecture. They're going to show you everything in Europe. They are not going to show you where to buy some pussy. White dudes keep their mouth shut. Then us brothers came with Osmo pockets and cell phones and didn't know how to shut the fuck up. And so you wonder why the passport bros and black men get criticized the way that we do, because we didn't know. Shut the fuck up. We could have still made money doing content. Hey, welcome to Colombia. I'll show you how to get a visa. Hey, welcome, bruh, to Colombia. I'll show you in Cartagena where all the spots are, where the hot spots are. We didn't do them videos. We started off like that, but then here we go. Welcome to Cartagena. I know there's beaches over there with catamaran yachts. Man, fuck them catamaran yachts. I'm gonna show you where some hoes at. I know Medellin is nice, man. I know it's beautiful, man. Great this, great that. Man, fuck the greatness of Medellin. I'm gonna show you where some bitches at. So instead of being like the white boys showing all this little architecture and shit in Medellin and fucking bitches when the cameras are off, we put every place we could find that there was red light districts and sexy Colombianas walking up and down the street. We put a camera on it to this day. And if you think I'm lying, go ahead, go to all the white boy channels in Medellin that you can find. You gonna find maybe 10 videos of a bunch of pay for play. Then you go to our channels. We got channels dedicated to red light districts in every damn country. We talk too much. We talk too much, and then we got brothers who are not mentally prepared to move like you, trying to move like you when it came to women, and it backfired. Like our brother Floyd. Most of us got sense to know a pay for play, a regular woman, a party girl, a bottom feeder, a scammer. But then you got dudes that are mentally unstable and they ain't mentally ready to use a passport because they go from pay for play to pedophile. I'm not blaming you guys who are content creators. Don't think I'm saying that. But do realize I'm saying black content creators, you talk too damn much. You talk too much. You got your Osmo, but you don't show all the other stuff. You don't have anything balanced on your channel. And then now YouTube is kind of like not allowing you to get the amount of views that you used to get when dudes used to show women. You ain't getting them views no more. And YouTube ain't paying on that level no more. Remember when you, in 2023, 2021, you could throw a video up there of some females in Cartagena showing their butt at the clock tower. You get 200,000 views and you walk away with $5,000 check from that one channel, from that one video, didn't you? Try that now. You'd be happy if you walk away with $900. Because even YouTube has caught on to the fact that you brothers talk too much. I didn't say your YouTube channel need to be innocent, but stop putting all your business out there. You act like you ain't never had no money and you ain't never got no pussy. black men. I'm gonna say that again. You act like you ain't never had no money in your pocket, throwing money up in there. Okay, here we go. Show me 3 white boy videos in any country, 3, throwing money up in the air. In a foreign country. If you think, if I'm lying, I don't know what I'm talking about, show me 3. I didn't ask for much. 3. You can send it to me next week. Y'all got my email. Send it to me next week. 3 white boys walking in the middle of town and just throw money up in the air. I mean, just throwing more money and more. Show it to me. I know your black ass can't find 2, but I'm gonna give you 3. Now I'm gonna ask you, give me 10 of brothers throwing money up in the air in other countries. All you got to do is just run a world star real quick. Before I get done talking, you can pull 10 in the comment section real quick. You ain't got to hunt far to find out doing ignorant that the white boys be looking like, why don't you shut the fuck up? We've been in DR since 1943. Shut the fuck up. We've been in Thailand smashing these shit. You know with this camera. Y'all throwing money in the air. You ignorant mother. So when I say there are a lot of brothers who act like you ain't never had no money and never got no pussy, I could understand why sisters and brothers in the States are saying passport bros are LBH men, losers back home. I can see why they're using that narrative, loser back home. You know, I heard what one of the latest terms, y'all ready? Assport bros. Y'all ain't passport bros no more, y'all just assport bros. You act the ass for some ass. I'll say this again. The latest narrative that's starting to come out, assport bros. You act the ass to get some ass. Not thinking about the next man that's getting off the plane behind you. Let's continue on with the video.
You know, some successful black men. One of my best friends, he went to Harvard School of Business. Haven't talked to him in a long time. I just looked him up, and I mean, he's never complained to me about the fact that he has female problems with black women. I mean, he have dating problems with women. He's now married, but he just don't have those issues. And the reason why is because of the man that he is. And so a lot of the ownership for this whole idea of these black men are haters, y'all mad at these black men for going overseas, but you don't make content about the white guys, when in fact, the reality is that black content creators are going to focus on what black men are doing. You have so many passport bros who brag about they getting a passport. You can see it right here in the B-roll. They're doing it fine. If you go out there and you say, oh, look, I'm out here, I'm living it up, I'm doing great, and you know, I'm not dealing with you single moms no more back in America. And then the guys do have a right to come back and question that and say, well, the reason why you are not, especially when you live in a country like America, where you do have opportunities, you can build what you want to see. Hey, it is what it is, right? I can see his point and it's hard to argue against it. At the same time, going back to love, crossing borders, and BMT, I've seen the opposite. Some people just need a change of space. Some people need to be in a situation where they're appreciated, where life is a little bit slower, where money isn't about everything. The reality is both these guys can be right. I've seen both things be successful. Some guys just don't want to build in America in a relationship. Some prefer doing something else. But I don't think that Anton is jealous of the passport bros. I don't think that the passport bros are jealous of Anton. The reality is that there is no community that has as much opportunity as what you have in Black America. That's just the truth. After leaving America, I'll be honest, in having to go to medical school overseas because I didn't perform like I should have in the American school system, I can tell you, all right? Knowing what I know now, the last decade, and experiencing for myself, there is nothing like America. There is nothing like Black America, okay?
Before he goes any further into his narrative, when it comes to accomplishments, goals, when it comes to economic growth, he's 1000% correct. Let's be real with it. Ain't nowhere like our country. Canada's a little close. UK, y'all falling off. You know, the UK of old has been sliding down since the late 1900s. I mean, the mid 1900s, when the dollar overtook the pound. Y'all been slowly sliding down anyway, UK. Let's be real with it. There is no country when it comes to the land of opportunity like the United States. You can literally go from sleeping in your car to a multi-millionaire in the United States if you put the initiative behind it. With AI and technology today, as far as on the computer, there is no way in the world you're supposed to be struggling in the United States. He's right. I just saw a content creator say this, something that Black people have always thought. He said, and this is a white dude, he said, I feel sorry for no white man that's broke in the United States. He said, because this is a land of opportunity and you got the right color to get into certain rooms. Ain't no excuse for you to be struggling and you white in the United States. This is a white dude, rich white dude. He said, I don't care what your excuse is. He said, every other group got to pull up their bootstraps and roll up their sleeves to accomplish their goals. In certain rooms, they will never be able to get into, even though they got money. You are white and you can get in. He wasn't saying it in a racial way or anything. He was really saying, I don't feel sorry for none of you white dudes that's complaining about, I ain't got this, I ain't got that. And Black men and Black women have thought that for years. We never feel sorry for my white brothers and sisters. Take it with a grain of salt tonight. We have never, if you ain't never heard it from a Black person, we have never felt sorry for y'all when y'all ain't got no money. When y'all on food stamps, and if y'all live in the projects, and if your kids are unruly and going to jail, and if you think the Black community will ever feel sorry for a white dude that lost his job in white America, we don't. We don't. And we never will. And I mean that. We never will. You got the right color in the right country at the right time under the right president, and you still broke? You still making the same amount of money the rest of us making? No, we ain't gonna feel sorry for you. And this ain't about racism and the Black man versus the white man. No, this is you not taking advantage of whiteness in a country that has told the world to worship your whiteness. So if you decide to be broke and you white, ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you. You better get off your butt and start making this money and get into them rooms as a white dude. I'm serious. White dudes, take advantage. I always said this. I've always said this. You can take advantage of your whiteness without being a racist. White brothers, you can take advantage of your whiteness, just like I have a love for my Blackness, but I don't have to be a racist to love my people. You can take advantage of your whiteness, and you don't have to be a racist or an idiot or an asshole about it. Take advantage of it. We ain't hating on you for being in certain rooms. We know that those rooms are made only for white people. Get it, bro. Get it. Stop having a bunch of babies by Irma. Go on out there and get your money, white brothers. We ain't mad at y'all. I'm serious. Get your money, because we look at you stupid if you don't get it. We look at you stupid if you don't go for those government contracts. If you don't go for those positions and get certified in those positions. That's when we look at you stupid, like, you a white dude. How the hell you broke out here? How the hell you on drugs? How the hell you stressed out? How the hell hell you driving the same car I'm driving? You a white dude in a white America? Man, please. And this is not a racism issue. It's to take advantage of your people issue. Your people white, take advantage of them, white boy. White boy, take advantage of all the motherfucking white people that want to help you. Don't be sitting around broke. You crazy. You on welfare and all that. You ready to jump off a bridge as a white dude. Don't nobody feel sorry for you if you jump off. And another white boy jumped off the bridge. And another white boy deleted himself in his bedroom. And we do not feel sorry ever. It ain't a white boy that deleted himself that we black people, Latin people, Asian people, we ain't never feel sorry for your ass. Ever. You better go ahead and get your money, white boy, while you can. Build legacies. That's what we're trying to do. We ain't mad at you because you're trying to build up your legacy. Build your legacy. Love your whiteness. I ain't gonna never hate on a white boy that said, I love being white. I love being black. Latin dudes love being Latin. Asian dudes that love being Asian. Man, love you who you are, man. Fuck with these old weak ass brothers trying to tell you don't love being who you are. Man, God put you on the planet to be a white boy. Live your white boy life. Because I'm going to live my black man life. God put me on the planet to be a black man that's going to move towards success. And I'm not going to feel sorry for your white ass if you don't move towards your success. I'm moving towards my success. All these other brothers and Asians and East Indian and all the rest of us going towards gold. And you sitting up there with your thumb in your mouth as a white boy. The minorities, DEI. Stop all that goddamn crying and go ahead and talk to your white boy. Get your ass some golf clubs. Get your ass out there and be with the white brothers and find out how it is that you can take advantage of being white without having to be a racist. Because you can do it. You do not have to be a racist and be successful as a white dude in the United States. That's why we don't feel sorry for your ass. I mean that from the bottom of our heart. We've always felt like that. We don't care nothing about a white. I don't care if you live in our own neighborhood. We don't feel sorry for you damn M&Ms that live in our neighborhood. We didn't ask your ass to move to 8 Mile. We had to live in 8 Mile. You white living in 8 Mile? On 8 Mile? Shit. You white living in trailer parks in Detroit? Shit. You think we're gonna feel sorry for you? We're gonna be friends with you. Yep. You can hang out with us. Yep. We cool with you. Yes. Do we feel sorry for you? No. You better do like Eminem. Get your ass up out of 8 Mile somehow, some way. Take advantage of your whiteness. I ain't mad at Eminem for making his money. Y'all crying Eminem can't be in the top 10 greatest rappers. He's white. Man, fuck what y'all talking about. That white boy got lyrics. And he talks about stuff that black people can't relate to. We can't relate to trailer parks. He talk about that shit. We can't relate to seance with crayons. He talk about that shit. When the last time you saw a brother doing some seance shit? Now, when the last time you saw white people doing seance shit? So when he say they do seance with crayons, y'all, oh, them lyrics ain't cool. Shit, them lyrics tight than the motherfucker. When that white boy say he's suspenseful with a pencil, man, y'all can't fuck with that white boy. And guess what? His money ain't going nowhere because he realized y'all brothers can hate him and take him off the top 10 list if you want to. That motherfucker's still sitting on $500 million. Just like Snoop Dogg sitting on $500 million, damn near a billionaire. Them dudes don't care nothing about what we talking about. So go ahead, M&Ms, get your money. And go ahead, the brothers, the Snoop Dogs, get y'all money. And I'll see y'all at the top, man. The black dude, the white dude that's at the top, the Latin dude at the top. And they didn't have to be, think about it. Eminem ain't have to be a racist to get his money, did he? Snoop Dogg, white people love Snoop Dogg more than black people do. He ain't had to be a racist to get his money, did he? All they had to say was what? Fuck it, I'ma go for it. That's all Snoop Dogg had to say. Fuck it, I'm going for it. That's all Eminem had to say. Fuck it, I'm going for it. And that's all you gotta say. And that's what all I gotta say. So white boys, I'm here to tell you, we only mad at your ass, or not even mad, disappointed in you when you don't take advantage of your whiteness and you poor and you on drugs and you in these streets and you on some stupid shit. We do not feel sorry for your ass. So you might as well go ahead and make your money. Because if you end up down here in the hood, don't be thinking we gonna help your ass out. We gonna be looking at you like, damn, you white. Why you got your ass down here on drugs, on cocaine and all this shit? They didn't put all that shit in the white community. Y'all had to drive to our community to get cocaine and crack. Remember that, white boy? You had to get in your car, drive from the goddamn suburbs to the east side of Detroit to get your crack. That means that you got on crack on purpose. You got on Percocets on purpose. You became a weed head on purpose. They ain't laying that shit in your neighborhoods to where it was nothing else around. And your white ass still got in the car and drove your ass all the way to the black neighborhood to buy some weed, to buy some cocaine, to buy some Percocets, to buy some crack. Man, don't nobody feel sorry for your ass if you get strung out on drugs if you're a white boy. You out your rabbit ass mind. If y'all ever, white brothers, if y'all ever thought that we feel sorry for y'all for getting in your car and coming all the way to our neighborhood to get hooked on drugs, we didn't then in the 80s. We don't feel sorry for your ass now. The fuck you gonna get in the car? How you gonna get in the car and drive to our neighborhood where the drugs are? That means that you had plenty of time to make a U-turn. No, this ain't a good decision. I'm a school teacher. I'm a school principal. I work hard. I got 3 degrees. Let me turn this car around. What am I thinking? Going to the black neighborhood for crack. I can't even spell crack. Let me go and take my ass. I got class to teach with these kids tomorrow morning. You had plenty of time before you stopped in that neighborhood in the projects to not get crack. And your ass still came to the black neighborhood. I don't feel sorry for none of you motherfucking white boys. None of you. Not a one. Not a one. Not a one of y'all ass that ended up in prison fucking around with hood stuff. Y'all got more baby mamas than we got. Nobody talks about that. Y'all got more baby mamas than we got. Man, please. Let me go ahead and go to the next comment. Let me go to I'm going to come to the comments in a second, guys. Actually, I'm going to go to the comments now. I'm going to come to the comments now. Let me scroll up a little bit. Let me scroll up a little bit and hit you guys in the comments. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats. It look like I got everybody. I got everybody on the black, shout out to Black Manosphere Conclave. And now let me start with Zeta. I'll start with Zeta. And let me move over here. Zeta says, before 2016, he said, I remember some of my first trips to foreign countries, and it didn't feel like it was cameras everywhere. He said it was more simple. Now it's just gone to crap. There are days when Andre and I go on trips or restaurants here. We don't pull out no camera. I want to live in the moment. I know we do content, but there are times where I just want to be in the moment. I don't want to look at an event through my lens all the time. I want to just have my phone in my pocket and be in the moment and talk to people and meet people. That's why a lot of y'all didn't even know that me and Andre had gone to Curacao Island off the coast of Venezuela a few months back. We didn't want everybody to know. That's why we haven't posted a bunch of it. In the WhatsApp group, we posted stuff, but we just want to live in our moment. And so I can relate to what you're saying, brother. He said there are a ton of brothers doing positive content. Absolutely correct. He said, but way too many on BS time. Great content, Dre. Thank you, brother. Us. Shout out to see you being in the building. Said TV. M says this. E-Man said this. He said, agree. America is a corporation. Great for making money. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He said, living in shout out to my man Nazarene of the Way. For those that don't know, that's the original name of the Christians. They call us Nazarenes, or they call us or Nazarenes of the way. The way was what they called Christians as well. So just in case you wonder where he get that title from, that's the original. It's even in the Bible, actually. When Paul was talking about Christianity, there was no term Christianity quite yet. It was kind of like new, but yeah, of the way was how they talked about us. He said leaving America was the best economic. He said it is the best economic, yet because of American government, we could ever do. Take their money and live well elsewhere. Man, I'd be looking at this like this is my form of reparation. Y'all go ahead and wait around for the next 5 presidents to give y'all reparations. I've got mine. I've got the life that I want to live, and I'm building on top of that. I kid you not. Y'all keep on waiting for Trump and the rest of corporate America working alongside with politicians to give y'all reparations. He said UK economy failed since Brexit or Brexit. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Andre. Oh, thank you for letting me know that. I'm gonna write that down too, because I want to study that. Thank you for letting me know that, brother. Thank you very much. True. Facts, absolutely. Let me scroll down a little further. Shout out to my man Black Haven in the building. He said America was designed for white dudes to succeed first before anyone else. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. My brother says, he said, Oshay is doing all this flag waving from Uganda, though. I ain't mad at Oshay regarding that. But I do acknowledge what you're saying, too. Zeta said, he said, since the 70s, he said 70s, 60% or 70% of Black men in America have grew over the poverty line, or have gone over the poverty line. Black men, by the majority, have been killing it. Absolutely correct. I don't know why they're trying to acknowledge that or trying to pretend like we aren't doing anything. No lies being told here. Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys. Let me scroll down a little further. Nazarene says this. He said, agree, America is a corporation. It is the best job. Yeah, get your money. I mean, think about it. We're known for 2 things, money and military. That's it. Everybody follows our culture because of our style and, our swag, American swag. I agree with that part too. Don't get me wrong. People imitate our culture to the nth degree. But for the most part, when you strip it all away, people follow us because America is known for our money and our military. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. He said, there's no reason for me to live close to or to work on my job from the office. He said, nations are jobs. Absolutely correct. He said, get their money, or get your money, fellas. He said, never gone. Absolutely correct. I'm gonna come to the super chats in a second, gentlemen. My brother says, he said, Duke earned an unsubscribe, or dude earned an unsubscribe from me months ago. Yeah, I've been hearing that, man. I've been hearing that. He said the white guy that said that laughs at white liberals, waiting on what used to be U.S. aid handouts, U.S. aid money to fund their work, Hollywood movies, or their woke Hollywood movies. That's true. American government has for years funded propaganda movies. That is so true. Barry says this. He said, Oshay brought me to this space. He said, now he is irrelevant. He said, I've done the same too. Wow. Didn't know that, gentlemen. Didn't know that. He said, we call them losers. He said, we call them 2-time losers. Wow. said this. He said Oshay had to reduce himself down to doing urban gossip like Tasha K. I have no comment, gentlemen. I think I was talking to somebody. Oshay, yeah, I did know he was from Sacramento. Need to return to Sacramento and scream, "I'm rich," and try to change Keisha, man. I'm done with Keisha, though. I'm with you on that one. Will says this. Shout out to Will once again, my neighbor here in Colombia. Will says, Dre, rewind that again. You have the right president, right time, right country. That's deep. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're a white brother and you end up on the other side of this administration broke, this has been the best administration to be a white dude. Dude, think about it. All the sisters that work for the government, remember, the jobs aren't gone. The sisters are gone. Anything that represented Black in history of politics, they've wiped that away. Dude, you better believe they've been thinking up and trying to hash up a way to get rid of that 85-foot Martin Luther King statue in DC. You better believe they're trying to come up with an idea of getting rid of that without America acting a fool. This one here, if you are a white male and you ain't getting your money, I don't care if it's crypto, I don't care if it's a side job, I don't care what it is. If you ain't getting your money, man, do not expect nobody to feel sorry for you after this administration. This is the whitest administration that you done had since Nixon, since Johnson. How much whiter do you want your administration to be? I'm talking to you white brothers, seriously. How much whiter does the administration in the country have to be for you to succeed? If you can succeed in this administration with the white up on white Congress, a white up on white behaving Supreme Court, a white on white president, the media is white up on white passing, what administration are you going to succeed up under then? Come on, white brothers, I'm serious. What administration are you going to succeed up under? If you can't make it in these 3 years and you watching all these brothers and Latins and Asians and everybody else succeeding in tech, in other careers, in doing great in crypto and doing great with social media and great with affiliate marketing, and if you're a white dude and you ain't making it in these next 3 years, man, do not complain. Do not expect no. All you farmers that's begging, you assume that the president was going to automatically look out for you with farm aid. That man not only took your immigrant workers away, now he ain't even giving you no, man, shh. Nobody gonna feel sorry for you. For the last 100 years, you've been getting away with dang near free farm labor, using immigrants in the dark to pick your this, to plant your that, to help you with your cattle, to slaughter this. You've been using immigrants for years. What happened to all the money? What happened to all white boys? I'm serious. What happened to all the money that you got from all this free labor or limited payment labor? You ain't have to pay them nothing. You still paying them $2 and something an hour, $5 and something an hour. Don't act like that you was really coming out of $15 an hour for those immigrants. What happened to the mass of money that you was making, white boy? Now you need farm aid? Okay. I'm not black, I'm OJ. And he said this. He said, I seen Duke trying to sabotage another YouTuber in Africa. He said, I saw it as him trying to take food off his plate. He said the person that he had beef with had 3 kids. And I spoke to him personally out of TZ. Yeah. I have no comment in regards to Oshay. I've been cool with Oshay, no issues with Oshay. And actually the video is kind of like neutral that he's showing. Like he said, you know, Andre's a little right, Anton's a little right. And I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Cigar Talk, shouts, I like that name, Cigar Talk. He said the real genius is using that whiteness, white privilege of a white person to your advantage as a black man. That is the real genius. I give you that one. And let me go to these couple of super chats over here. I don't want to miss these. My brother Tevin said this. He said, December 30th, 2020, the UK officially leaves the UAE. Oh, the UAE. Okay, BRICS. Thank you very much. BRICS or BRICS. Or BRICS. Thank you. 5 years later, it is reported that they are losing out on 100 billion annually. Wow. And I can see that. It's not like I can't see that. I've been following countries, man, and UK has been on I hate to say that. Hope they get together. So that's my brother Turkish in the building. He said, Brother Dre, he said, thank you for the rawness and the candor tonight. Productive, straight black men, plus live free and not succumb to the mental warfare and slander. He said, my pushback is that you're not a victim when demanding just treatment. I agree with that. And I know where you're coming from, like, you know, back home in the States, that black people aren't victims. And I agree with that while we're demanding. But there are those back in our black community that aren't trying. The pool of men, when I was back home and I was doing volunteer work and working in the community, I noticed the pool of men and women that were doing something about stuff was a small pool, sadly. I found that the majority of us just sit back and play the victim and complain. But those of us who rolled up our sleeves in spite of, you're absolutely correct. We demanded our treatment. Can I say something, be honest with you guys? And some of you guys might like what I'm about to say about certain black people, certain, not all. There is a huge pool of black people that want to piggyback off of the success of other black people. They don't want to put in the work, put the picket signs. They don't want to walk out there. They don't vote. They ain't voting. City council meetings, they ain't doing that. The volunteer in the black community, they ain't doing none of that. They just want to sit back and watch you plant the seeds of positivity in the black community. And then we all can reap the benefits without them doing any of the work. And I'm talking about by the millions. There are millions of black people. And I'm not comparing us. Now some of y'all be like, what about this? Stick on the topic. There are millions of us putting in the work. And there are millions just waiting around to reap the benefits of our hard work. Millions. If that law gets changed, it'll impact millions. But it was a few of us who put together the proposal that became a bill that became voted on as a law. Just a few of us. But the others, will sit back and complain about white people while they're drinking their Tito's, wine, while they're drinking their Wild Irish Rose. They'll complain about the white man. While they sniffing their cocaine, they'll complain about the white man. But it would amaze you when you sit back, you look at how many black people are like that are waiting for us to succeed so they can piggyback off of the glory. Look at us as black people succeeding, doing great things. And they are the third generation of Section 8. They mama had 7 kids. They got 12 kids. And their kids gonna have 5 or 6 kids apiece. I don't think the black community never addressed that all the rights that we have as black people that were fought for by a minority, while a majority didn't do anything, just sat around while we did all the heavy lifting. There are a lot of black people like that. They sit back and they want to benefit off of reparations. But if you ask them, hey guys, they're going to put reparations up to vote on the next ballot, there will be millions that still won't vote, while millions more will. And all of us will get the reparations, but not all of us put in the work even to just go vote. And a lot of black people don't want to admit that. We got a lot of lazy ass black people that don't want to, pull up their bootstrap. People like Frederick Douglass don't get his credit for what he did. Absolutely correct. I just read the autobiography of Frederick Douglass the other day. Yeah, Dr. Umar's imaginary school. We've been waiting for that school since the, 2011, 2013. Yeah, that piggyback, then stab us in the back. Good way of putting it. He said, while calling us sellouts. Same people today that reap the benefits of Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Martin Luther King, Pastor Shuttlesworth, all the ladies of the civil rights movement, Black Panthers of the 70s, all the people that today reap the benefits are the same ones that are scrutinizing each one of our civil rights leaders. Did you know So Huey was on drugs? Did you know Martin Luther King had mistresses? Did you know this about that one? Did you know that about this one? Our civil rights leaders never said that we're flawless creatures. Our civil rights leaders were same humans like the rest of us with flaws. But they had the nerve, the men and the women had the nerve to get out there with the dogs, with the fire hoses, with the bricks being the rocks and all the attacks, so we can sit back with lemonade and criticize them 40, 50 years later. We are the descendants of the masses that didn't even march. Ask your grandmama, did she march? Oh, that was during the teen years. Ask your mama, did she march? Your mama was a teen in the 60s. Ask your mama, did she march? Ask your daddy, did he march? It's few of us that can sit back and say, my mama and my daddy march. My uncle, he was out there with the picket sign. Very few. How many of y'all heard a civil rights story in y'all family? I ain't never heard one. My mama could tell me and all my aunties could tell me how they partied in the 60s and 70s. But I ain't never heard one civil rights in the 70s, not one Black Panther story. There were Black people that benefited, but they ain't do no work. They ain't do no work. Let's go back to the video. And it's like that today, gentlemen. You will see Black people that will benefit off of the hard work of many of you brothers and sisters. Sadly.
Every dream that you want to possibly come true is there. All the talent is there. I can tell you, all right? Knowing what I know now, the last decade, and experiencing for myself, there is nothing like America. There is nothing like Black America, okay? Every dream that you want to possibly come true is there. All the talent is there. All the workforce is there. If you want a beautiful woman, she's there. If you need talented people in the industry, they are there. The workforce is there. It's hard. We live in certain parts of Africa or parts of South America where you don't have access to all of those skills to build communities. And if you're overseas, a lot of brothers are still relying on the US dollar. It's not like a lot of Black men are scaling inside of a country to do better. But I think it's a good argument. I think that both sides are right. To be honest, Anton Daniels makes some really strong points, and so does, Love Crossing Borders. I think that the reality is that both people can be right without either one being wrong.
Now, let me say this. All right. This is an individual.
Now we're going into the video with Aaron versus Austin Holloman regarding Floyd. We all know by now what's going on in Brazil with the arrest of Floyd. And now Austin has come out with videos trying to separate himself from introducing the world to Floyd and using the Passport Bro moniker to do it. So I don't know what Austin is thinking. I've sent messages to Austin. We talk all the time, but I know that it's at that time period where he is, it was nighttime. So he might not see my message until later on today. But Aaron, he gave his rebuttal to Austin Holloman.
Action.
In 2015, I was on my way to Poland from Sacramento, California, and I came across a YouTube channel called The Charles Tyler Show. Now, The Charles Tyler Show, aka The Black Man's Option, he was a brother from Philadelphia living in Rio de Janeiro, and he was telling Black men to get their passports and come to Brazil. He was the first.
Shout out to, rest in power, Charles Tyler. Him, Al Grease, who the one that made the 3 movies, Frustrated 1, 2, and 3. And you know what? I actually own those copies of those. I talked to Al Grease and he sent me copies of those, and I need to show those movies on the channel. I have Frustrated 1, Frustrated 2, and Frustrated 3. So we're going to schedule some days within the next few weeks to actually watch the movies. So Al Grease, Charles Tyler, these guys were the forerunners of Black men outside of the military really taking advantage of global opportunity. So rest in peace, my brother Charles.
Framework for the Passport Bros. And within his community, I would meet other people, such as Taylor Made Dreams, but more importantly, Aaron Ferris. By the time I met Aaron Ferris, he was not really a YouTuber. He was a subscriber, but he was involved with Charles Tyler's group, and he was also inspired to go to Brazil. While Charles Tyler is credited as the architect of the Passport Bro ideology, Aaron Ferris would be credited with coming up with the term Passport Bros. And at this time, it was a term specifically made for Black American men leaving the United States, finding love elsewhere. At this particular time, the three major countries that you would find these people would be Colombia, Dominican Republic, and Brazil. But there was a problem. The Passport Bros didn't have the same kind of heavyweight content creators that we had in the Black manosphere. Now, don't get me wrong, the Passport Bros are a offshoot or a umbrella of the Black manosphere. True. But they kind of just had a whole bunch of guys, you know, on streams talking about their issues. And after the death of Kevin Samuels, Austin Holloman would become more popular. And so would the Passport Bros. They would sort of fill part of the void that Kevin Samuels left behind, although their ideas were diametrically opposed to each other. And while Austin Holloman was traveling the world, he would meet up with another guy by the name of Floyd Wallace. He's the guy that's arrested in Brazil for you know what. Damn! Austin Holloman would find himself in trouble for basically being accused of asking inappropriate questions to Brazilian women, which would cause him to leave town immediately. Austin Holloman would eventually leave the Passport Bros himself, and then would have ideological differences with the founder of the Passport Bros, Aaron Ferris. Fast forward. Sorry about that long history. It's kind of what I needed to do to make the video make sense.
He's right, you know.
Floyd Wallace Jr. would be arrested in Brazil for you know what. And the whole Passport Bro community would be in shock. In fact, it was Aaron Ferris, aka BMT Live's channel, who broke the story. And the story was travel YouTuber Floyd arrested in Brazil.
What?
Now, you see, Aaron Ferris loves Passport Bros. He created the brand. So look at how he's titling the video. Travel YouTuber Floyd arrested in Brazil.
Now, for those that let me see something real quick. For those that haven't seen it quite yet, let me pull this up. Let me see if I can put it right here, because we already did our rendition of what went on with Floyd. But let's we'll take a few moments to showcase it. Let's go.
BMT, you broke this story. You was the first at it. What? BMT, you broke this story. You was the first at it. What do you know so far about this?
Yeah, so far, somebody had shared the story with me like early AM. Basically, the guy, Floyd Wallace, who was, attached, he was doing a lot of travel. He got caught up doing some heinous things in Brazil, specifically in Rio de Janeiro. And it looks like he was trying to get out by going to Sao Paulo. They basically got a lot of evidence that he was messing around with minors, unfortunately, man. It's looking real bleak for him.
Zoom TV News!
I did my research, man. I heard that it wasn't a minor, that was a baby. Like from what I understand, allegedly, it was a 6-year-old kid. Is that true? What's your intel on that?
Well, that was what's stated in the article. That was evidence of finding it on his laptop or phone or something like that. But even if you read the article, they allude to it, the person being under 14. That's why I labeled it sicko, because that's some sick stuff, man, that nobody condones or anything like that. So it's just unfortunate. And they arrested him, and he's in jail right now.
Police in Sao Paulo arrested an American man who was sexually exploiting children in Rio de Janeiro. His detention was at a downtown hotel.
Now, this is in Rio, this news headline. So it made it to the news. This is just AI translating it to English for us.
He described himself on social media profiles as a sex tourist. The text then includes a series of excerpts from a video.
As soon as they entered the room, the American, identified as Floyd Wallace Jr., 29, was arrested in the Liberdade neighborhood in downtown Sao Paulo to eat and game. He threw himself to the ground and was handcuffed. The operation was carried out by teams from the Homicide and Personal Protection Department in support of civil police officers from the state.
So they said that it was, let's go back, said who arrested him.
Eat and game. He threw himself to the ground and was handcuffed. The operation was carried out by teams from the Homicide and Personal Protection Department in support.
So it was homicide in the Children's Protective Departments. I can understand why the Children Protective Department would, but I'm trying to figure out why would the Homicide Department be a part of this investigation. So there's some things that we don't know yet.
Of civil police officers from the state of Rio de Janeiro days. According to information from the Child and Adolescent Police Station, the American
that's where he's being held, the Child and Adolescent Police Station.
Is accused of raping and sexually exploiting.
Oh, wow. He's accused of raping and exploiting. So he's accused of rape, according to the organization that protects children in Rio. He's accused of rape and exploiting of young children.
Several children. In conducting their inspection of the hotel room where he was lodged, the police found a significant quantity of electronic equipment, including files containing child pornography.
He done.
They also seized a variety of items such as pen drives, memory cards, a notebook, a computer, multiple cell phones, some stuffed animals, a watch with an
You know how y'all heard me the other day, look at the top left. What is he doing with a puppet? How is it that you're traveling to another country? That's right, lock him up. How is it that you're traveling to another country and you've got teddy bears and a puppet? You don't need a puppet for a grown woman. You see that's a puppet. That duck in the top left-hand side, that's a puppet, a toy puppet. And he got a stuff. This is sick.
embedded camera and various other telephone devices. At the start of December, law enforcement commenced an intelligence operation following a report from a ride-sharing driver. The driver stated that a user who had used a false name requested a ride with two minors whiners. During the ride, the man spoke with the children who said they were going to meet an older man who didn't speak Portuguese. The girls couldn't explain how they knew him. That's when the civil...
So the girls didn't know. They were just having a regular conversation. You got 14-year-old girls having a conversation with an Uber driver. And the Uber driver's like, where y'all headed to? Well, we headed to meet up with the guy, an American guy, I guess, that doesn't speak Portuguese. So that's what tipped off the guy who tipped off the police.
Police were contacted. On December 18th, the police identified a user who had requested another ride with four underage girls. During monitoring, agents identified that the American had traveled to Sao Paulo the previous Saturday and was planning to flee the country. This is where the teams established a perimeter to prevent his escape. A temporary arrest warrant was served for the crimes of rape of a vulnerable person and facilitating the sexual exploitation of children. His passport was also seized. The investigation also revealed that the criminal had self-identified as a sex tourist on social media profiles. According to the civil police, Floyd is a U.S. citizen and has a channel on a video platform where he posts videos of himself resisting police approaches and being arrested in various states of his native country, Orpové. The foreigner has a criminal record in more than 3 U.S. states for crimes such as resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, and assaulting a police officer. The combined sentences could reach 34 years in prison.
So if they run it, then now we're going to talk about this part. The indictments, alleged indictments against Floyd, we know that there are more than one. Whether it be the grape, facilitating grape that they talked about, and then the other charges when it comes to minors. If they run it, then I'm giving you guys some clarity how cases work. And this is just globally. If they run it concurrent, that means if he gets found guilty of everything, they can just run them on top of each other. And the lowest one could be 3 years. The highest one could be 10 years. They'll run them on top of each other and he'll do 10 years. That's if they run it concurrent. If they run it wild, that's what we used to call it in the feds. If they run it wild, that means separate. You got found guilty of this. You got 3 years here. You got 7 years there. You got 10 years here. It adds up to 34 years. So the way that, in my case, I was looking at 165 years. In my case. Okay? 165. They ran it concurrent. I only got found guilty out of 10 counts. I got found guilty of 3. So that doesn't mean Floyd is going to get found guilty of everything. Out of the 10 counts, I got found guilty of 3. And when they added everything together, it ended, the most was the 10-year window. So mine was concurrent. If they had ran it wild, do 5 of this, and then on top of that 5, you do another 7, and then on top of that, you do the 10. I'd have been looking at 21, 22 years if they would have ran it wild. So there's a difference between running it wild and running concurrent on top of each other. Just want to let you guys know. So when you hear that 34, don't think that he's going to get 34 years. That's not necessarily true. Just like in my case, he's going to get 165 years. That's not true. Just want to let you guys know that. But he definitely need to be locked up and get some help. Don't let him back out here and not get help. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
Investigations continue to identify and locate other possible individuals involved in the scheme, as well as to determine if there are new victims.
Letitia Mean is in front of the federal police, which is investigating, right? And his arrest, where his arrest was made. Now searching for other members here in Brazil, because this gang is international, right, Leticia?
Yes, William. And the police also want to know how many victims were targeted by this man, this 29-year-old criminal. The information we have is that he is here at the federal police headquarters in São Paulo, an investigation together with the civil police of Rio de Janeiro, because that's where these victims were targeted, right? The first identified victims, which we covered in this report, were alerted to the authorities by a rideshare driver about these teenage girls who were going to meet this man. They said they didn't have much information about him, that he was a foreigner who didn't speak Portuguese, and this raised an alert among the police at the apartment. Our first live report was in front of the apartment, a kind of hotel, a lodging platform where he was staying in São Paulo. The police believe that in recent days he had been using this location as an escape route to return to the United States. Everything was very well planned. He already knew when he should post all this so that the police here in Brazil wouldn't find him. According to the investigation, he was even being financed to commit all these crimes here. Now, the objective of the Brazilian police.
According to the police, as they have been following him, she just said that he was being financed. Remember, Floyd has stepped away from his YouTube channel for about a month or two. So he wasn't making any money through YouTube. So how was he making his money? And based off of their investigation, he was being financed by someone or someones.
Police, the federal police, the São Paulo Civil Police, and also the Rio de Janeiro Civil Police, William, is to count the number of victims and also listen to these families, and also we will continue to follow up, William.
Thank you very much for the information. Key role, isn't it, when police forces collaborate? That has been very effective, right? Increasingly, Willen and the police are integrated, you see? You start an investigation in one state and finish it in another. This partnership is very important for combating organized crime. As in this case here, he's in jail and can provide information to other criminals who are in Brazil participating in this sex tourism, which is what he even declares.
That's another thing. Floyd can get 40 years. And based off of what they just said, he can snitch it down to 25 or 20 years. He can snitch it down to 5 years, depending on who he turns in. Don't think that because a person commits a crime that they are going to go down alone. A lot of people snitch their way from 40 to 4. I've seen it done plenty of times.
Himself to be doing on social media, right? Oh, yeah.
If everything is proven to be true, because it's all alleged at this point, but is everything proven to be true, he deserves to be underneath the jail.
And anybody that got a problem with you calling them a sicko, they probably a sicko too. You got a video with dude getting taken down in the thing, and she's telling him why he's being arrested.
I agree, because we think about it, guys. We who live in South America or travel to South America do realize that South America believes heavily in street justice. Can we agree with that? We who live in South America know South Americans are like officers, don't worry about it. You ain't got to worry about getting him no attorney. You ain't got to worry about him getting a hot meal. We know in South America, street justice rules. Judicial systems are secondary. There is nothing for somebody to tell a guard, I give you $200 American. Here's your lunch. Go on break. Go on a lunch break. Here's $200 for your lunch. Go on lunch break. And those guards disappear. And so does that young man. Now, all of this right now is just allegations, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Keep your hand on the board. Keep your butt hand on the board.
For somebody not to believe that tells me that they might be riding for the other side. They got the reports in the G1, and G1 is like the CNN of Brazil. They saying he got 13 arrests in the States. Did you know that?
I know he did the police audits. I know he was in jail. I was familiar with that part, but other than that, no, I didn't know it was like 13. But I know that YouTubers, do that. They do the little police audit. They roll up on the police and say, hey, I'm not trespassing. And they'll say, hey, you are trespassing. So I am familiar with that, but yeah, I had no idea he had 13. I think most of those arrests are coming from that, though.
A smoking gun is the report saying.
The reason why I'm being strategic with what I say, because we all know that according to how YouTube rules on President Obama's internet, you can be accused or sued for talking as if something was solidified, right? Kind of like that one YouTuber got sued by Cardi B and had to pay $4 million to Cardi B because she spoke as if she was sure, and come to find out she knew what the hell she was talking about, wouldn't retract it, and Cardi B got $4 million out of it, right? So I'm trying to be strategic with what I say, since I'm the one that's behind the microphone. But the brother in me thinks just like y'all do. Bruh need to be under the jail. I'm just like you dudes. I'm in East Side Detroit. Me, I'd have been like, let him go. We got dumpsters waiting for him. Don't even worry, officers. Y'all can go ahead, go get you some donuts. Go get the dog some doggy treats. Y'all ain't got to come down here. That's me. That's how I think. I'm from the East Side of Detroit. We hand our own business. We don't need no police. We got this. We got this. We got too many alleys in Detroit. We gonna tell y'all where to find a body in a couple of days. That's us. I was born and raised around street justice. So when I came to South America and I see them do the street justice, I'm like, I feel at home. But as a content creator, I have to be strategic. So don't think that I'm watering it down. As a Christian, I hope that his soul is on track, because his body ain't gonna be around much longer the way that Brazilians move. Like I said, as a Christian, I hope he got his soul on track and asking God for forgiveness and direction, because his body might not be here on this planet much longer, messing around with them Brazilians. That's what Andre thinking. Like the one brother said, he might only be around for a couple more weeks. I could see something like that occurring, sadly. Notice how I had to word that? Sadly. I had to word it like that. He said, I hope he definitely cries out for repentance. Absolutely. Correct. I mean, it was two other dudes on the cross next to Jesus that was monsters too. One of them asked for forgiveness, the other one didn't. Right? He said, we stop these creep. That's another thing, bruh. I agree with you 1000%. The creep cams, and now they got the creep cam cameras. Glasses. So now these dudes could be creepy in Cartagena with glasses on, creepy in Medellin with glasses on, creepy. Man, y'all some creepy motherfuckers. Dog. I don't deal with every YouTuber, bruh. I'm gonna tell y'all that now, man. Straight up. Some of y'all some creepy ass dudes, man, in real life, man. For real, for real. I understand y'all trying to get y'all content, but some of y'all be doing it because y'all just creepy motherfuckers for real. Like I said, I understand certain dudes trying to get their money, get your paper player. I ain't mad at you. So don't be trying to cut this video up and say, Andre hate YouTubers that use cameras in public. I ain't said nothing like that. So stop being a lame. Be a grown man and hear what I'm saying. What I'm saying is some of you motherfuckers are creepy. And even though y'all ready? Here we go. Let's be real. Some of y'all ain't messing with little kids, but y'all still creepy with adult women. Some of y'all might not be creepy with kids, but y'all some creepy motherfuckers when it comes to adult women. Y'all just as creepy. Y'all just as weirdos. Y'all just as lame with those cameras as these individuals that are sick, that's messing with kids. And no matter what country they in, and no matter what country you go to, man, there's a lot of content creators I don't even look at, man. Soon as I see that they're doing, HB used to laugh at me because I call them all booty bait videos. I said, man, they just trying to bait somebody with somebody's booty or behind on a thumbnail, man. I say booty bait videos. I say, but it ain't even about the videos. Some of y'all will make those videos even if you didn't even have a YouTube channel. That's what makes it creepy. Even if you didn't have a TikTok or Instagram account, you would still record the way that you do. You may not be creepy with kids, but y'all some creepy motherfuckers when it comes to adult women. Ooh, dude, look at this. Ooh, look how I fucked this paper play, dog. Look at this, dog. Look how I was smashing 3 paper plays. Look at this. Look how I did this. Man, I ain't trying to see your ass fucking, dog. That's your business. I'm happy for you. You got 2 paper plays and you getting freaky. Cool. Why you posting that in the group like it's a flex? Y'all some creepy motherfuckers, dog. Dre, you dick watching. I ain't dick watching. You putting your dick for us to watch. You motherfuckers creepy, dog. So why you coming down on Floyd when it come to the kids? You motherfuckers some nasty, gross ass dudes when it comes to adult women. Keep your business to yourself. Act like you done been with somebody before. Act like you done had some. act like you done had some sense in your head. Stop sitting there trying to judge this man, but you're constantly at the clock tower in the middle of the night at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, being creepy with your camera. Being creepy with your Ray-Bans so you can be creepy. Fuck, who the hell are you to judge somebody? There's a special place in hell for Floyd. Like your hell next door ain't gonna be just as flaming. You think your ass is gonna waltz into heaven after creep camming on YouTube? Okay. What verse in the Bible, since you was raised Christian and your mama don't even know that you creep camming, what verse in the Bible you got that you gonna tell God, this is why I creep cam? Andrea and I have, and other content creators have never creep cam. Even, give you a perfect example of showing the ladies and still being classy about it. You have never seen Richie Mack be creep cam. And he always show you some gorgeous ladies, doesn't he? He be pulling the ladies and talk to the ladies and the ladies just be giggling and they be dancing and they be so happy. He ain't never had to go out in the middle of the night and creep cam. Ace Live. He'll show you some of the ladies, but for the most part, Ace used to do that at one point in time. I mean, you know how many times I came on Ace about always putting ladies. I was the one that talked him into putting himself on the thumbnails. Man, I don't like my audience, they perverts. I say, well, Ace, you're gonna have to stop putting only women behinds on your thumbnails. I say, at least put yourself with a woman on the thumbnails. And now you see Ace now is on 90% of his thumbnails. Man, it took me months to convince Ace. And I mean months because the money was looking good. To convince him, I said, man, you got to stop crying that you got perverts as an audience. If you putting out pervert thumbnails and pervert videos, I said, you can't be mad at them dudes. I say, clean it up. You build one hove, build another hove. And that's what he did. He cleaned it up. Now, I'm not saying Ace is perfect as far as a content creator. None of us are. But what I am saying, at least he had enough sense to take advice and say, you know what? Let me start putting myself on the thumbnails. Because if you go back to some of Ace's older videos, Ace wasn't on most of those thumbnails. Even when he came to Cali, Ace wasn't on most of those thumbnails. So you dudes, man, I want to criticize this one young brother. Y'all motherfuckers just as creepy, but y'all just creepy with adult women. Like yo, hell ain't got no flames waiting for you. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all funny, dog. Y'all funny. Y'all think that everybody on creep cam with y'all because y'all posted. Y'all think everybody on creep cam. The creepy dudes will watch your content. Yes, they will. It's a lot of creepy dudes or dudes that can't make it down to Colombia or Brazil, and they'll watch your booty bait videos. And yes, you'll get 100 million views and all that stuff. I got you. I ain't mad at you. Get your paper, bruh. But don't sit back and talk and act as if you ain't just as creepy when you do it as Floyd is. Floyd creepy with kids. That's nasty. That's sick. But don't think that just because a person is over 18, that your ass can just be a creep, that you can't be creepy. Yes, you are. You might as well take your Osmo pocket, and I'll be looking at y'all. Y'all might as well take that Osmo pocket and literally shove it in her asshole. That's how close y'all be behind them. And I'm gonna tell y'all this before we go back to the video. Me, brothers like BMT, brothers like Tailor Made Dreams, and other content creators in Oshay are living proof that Black men that live in other countries can make a lot of money without having to be creepy with the camera. That's why I'm so passionate right now, because I know and I see so many Black, my man, More to Life in the Philippines. I've been watching these Chocolate Man, and they ain't had to put no camera in no chicks' butts to make money. So all you do is they try to make, I make my money, this is how I make my money. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that. There are many of us that made over $500,000, $1,800,000 without having to, living in other countries without having to put one camera on one woman's ass. Your ass that made $300,000, you think you done did some shit. Man, I done made $300,000 in the last 5-6 years doing this, man. Fuck what that nigga Dre talk about. He pocket watching. No, I'm not pocket watching. I'm just saying, you could have made a lot more without doing booty bait videos. You think that $300,000 was something? You think that $300,000 that you made in 5 years was some shit, didn't you? There are brothers that didn't put a camera in the ass of a woman and walked away with $700,000 in 5 years that I personally know. And then you wonder how the Floyds are created. You wonder how the Floyds are created. You creepy motherfuckers. I ain't got no mercy for you dudes, man. I never have. This is the first time I've talked about it, but Ace have heard me talk like this for years. For years. I was talking like this in 2019, 2020, 2021, and it was just me and him having conversations. This is the first time I done told you dudes, man, you creep cam motherfuckers, man, y'all just nasty and creepy, and don't nobody really fuck with you off camera. Cause that's all you do. You take cameras and go to other countries and put in bitches' ass, and you think cause you got 100,000 views or 200,000, man, don't give a fuck about what you got. Cause off camera, don't nobody fuck with you and don't nobody trust you, except other creepy motherfuckers like you. Seriously, man, it's uncalled for. I ain't got nothing against a man making his money. But for you dudes to sit up here over the last couple of days and just criticize that young brother Floyd, oh, he messed with kids. You just as creepy and nasty. You think because you didn't do it to kids and you did it to a woman that was 19 and 21 and 23, you justified. Your ass just as creepy. Fuck out of here. Let's finish listening to our brother.
That he used rideshare apps, Uber 99, to traffic victims remotely so he wouldn't be seen at the pickup spot. So basically he was quarterbacking what was going on. So he knew he was doing something wrong. If you hide, then we know you're doing something wrong. So that lets us know too. Because if you're standing on business, you don't need to hide. You know, I never met the guy.
Good point, Richie. That's a good point. If he wasn't hiding, then he knew then he didn't know what was going on. But since he was hiding, that's proof that he knew that he was in the wrong. He said, my circle's small as hell. He said, because some of these dudes, weirdos, travel. Bruh, you ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. I don't hang out with everybody, man. You dudes are like my core dudes, man. I can't, and I'm not saying that flippantly or to scratch your ego. You men, y'all can tell from my personality, Andre only fuck with grown, behaving men. It's not about the age. It's about the behavior. If you act like you a grown-ass man in the States or UK or Canada, and you leave the country and you act like you a grown-ass man, I'm hanging out with you every time. If you act like a thirsty motherfucker that act like you ain't never had no money or no pussy, don't even come my way. You could talk about Andre. I don't give a fuck because I don't hang with you. So I don't hear what you got to say anyway. I do not care about a dude that's thirsty. I can't stand thirsty ass women, and I can't stand thirsty ass men. I can't stand a thirsty woman that's thirsty for our money, want to use us and then kick us to the curb. I can't stand thirsty women, and I can't stand a thirsty ass man that ain't got enough composure about himself when it come to pussy. I can't stand that shit. I can't stand a man that's so insecure about himself that when he go to DR, he got to throw money in the air. And you ain't never seen no fucking white boy that's been living in DR 30 years. He ain't never threw a damn quarter in the air. And your ass throwing money in the air like you just don't care, as if you ain't never had shit. You all in Medellin throwing a stack of twos of 2,000 pesos. Which is like 47 cents each. But when you throw it in the air, Americans think like, damn, the people wrestling around, he must be balling. Nigga, that's a stack of fucking $2 pesos, 2 pesos per. 47 each, $37, 37 cents each, 47 cents each. And even though it's not expensive, and I'm not pocket watching, I'm just watching a stupid motherfucker with that, and he never had nothing in his pockets. So don't think that, hey, Dre hating, he pocket watching. No, I'm laughing at you dumb motherfuckers. Cause I ain't never seen no Asian dude do it, no dude from East India do it. I ain't never seen no dude from Europe do it. I ain't never seen no white boy from the States do that stupid shit. Only you motherfucking niggas that ain't never had shit in your motherfucking life. Bring your ass down here to Colombia, dancing on top of the goddamn VP couch, bottles in your ear, look at me, nigga, and throwing money in the air like a bitch. That's y'all. And I don't fuck with you. And guess what? I'm gonna even say it like this. You don't fuck with me. I got it. You simple-minded motherfuckers don't fuck with grown men. You think we always pocket watching and dick watching. Y'all don't fuck with grown men, man. I'm gonna be honest about it. There are tons of dudes that get off the plane in Colombia that do not fuck with Andre at all. That do not fuck with T-Mac. They don't fuck with Will. They don't fuck with J. Clyde. They don't fuck with Jay Fleming. They don't fuck with none of us that's down here. Pablo Frescobar. They don't fuck with none of us down here. Why? Because we ain't on that kitty shit. We grown ass men that live down here, travel down here. They don't fuck with us. So as soon as you see somebody that's on that kitty shit, that's a grown man that's coming to South America, if you fuck with him or he has an audacity to fuck with you, you need to question yourself. What is it about me where a silly motherfucker think he can walk up on me and hang out with me? You need to ask yourself why silly motherfuckers like to hang with you. Because I'm going to tell you something. They get off the plane, the motherfuckers see us and they walk the other way. They walk the other way. They be looking at us like, grown ass men down here. I don't fuck with no grown ass man. I didn't say old ass men, because I know dudes our age we don't fuck with. I know dudes over 40 we don't fuck with. And here's the part, they don't fuck with us. It's dudes over 40 that look at us like, oh, them some grown motherfuckers. I don't fuck with no grown motherfucker. Them niggas liable to give me some good advice. I don't fuck with them good advice niggas. Let me get the hell up out of here. Them niggas got good advice. Get away from the good advice, motherfuckers. T-Mac with all that good ass advice. Will with all that good ass advice. I don't fuck with nobody. Fuck Andre and Love Crossing Borders with all that good ass advice. Fuck with them dudes. Them niggas giving good advice. Let's go back to the video. He said, I'd rather not. He said, I'd rather not. He said, I don't want to be around these weak, creeps. Plus, they don't want to go to the gym like That's another thing I like about you grown dudes. I can be in the gym. You dudes will walk up on me all the time. Tap me on my shoulder. Hey, Dre, what's up? I'm in the gym. Your ass in the gym. I done met a bunch of you dudes in the gym. You ain't never lied. He said, I meant weak. I got you, brother. He said, you would be surprised at how many dudes over 40 out there in these international streets acting a damn fool. Yep, me and Aaron, Passport Bro, BMT, we talk about this all the time. He said, man, he said, don't just be the brothers. He said, man, out here in Asia, man, it be the white boys back like little ass kids. He said, Dre, we must do a master class on what it means and how we should move by being a great representative of our culture. That's a good idea. That's a real good idea. I'm glad that you mentioned that. You say, speaking of gym, Andre, get on that Tai Chi, my dog. You know what? I've been pondering over Tai Chi for the last year. So you kind of confirming what I should bring into my resume for 2026. Because right now, I've been, for like the last 6 months, I've been a kettlebell junkie. Even though I got my gym memberships, even when I go to the gym, I'm using mainly the kettlebells. And when I come home, when I'm at home, I'm using my exercise bands. Anybody that knows about those exercise bands, boy, they hit those muscles. I had a time period where I was heavy into yoga, but I've been kind of like studying behind. I never say anything to anybody. I've been kind of like studying that Tai Chi for like the last year. So you just kind of encouraged me to go ahead and take advantage of it. Yeah, you good advice niggas. Nobody want to hang out with you good advice niggas. Nobody want to hear that shit. Thanks for the encouragement, brother. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and implement that, man. God sent you to talk to me. Yes, he did. Let's go back to the original video.
Why he's doing that is because he doesn't want Floyd Wallace to be associated with the Passport Bros. He also understands that in Brazil, they had a bad situation in which Austin Holloman made some mistakes there. And Aaron Ferris was kind of pissed off about that. He doesn't want anybody else destroying the brand. But what did Austin Holloman do? Austin Holloman would make a video called Passport Bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds.
Damn.
Instead of saying travel YouTuber or Passport Bro or Black American guy, he said Passport Bros. So basically, Passport Bros, more than one guy, was messing with 6-year-olds when it was only one guy that got arrested. And he gives some explanation.
And then here's even worse. Sexual exploitation. According to the investigation, the man is part of the movement called the Passport Bros, formed by criminals who use economic power to exploit social vulnerabilities in Latin America and Southeast Asia. In his social media post, he declared himself a sex tourist. And this is why you saw me disassociate myself.
Okay, cool, Dave. That's good advice. Both of them, though. He said no Tai Chi. He said do boxing, tone you up along with cardio. Okay, cool, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
From the Passport Bro movement. Because listen, I have stated many times, especially when the whole J Rillo thing happened, the Passport Bros.
Let's hear what Austin had to say. Austin said that this is the reason, because of Floyd, this is the reason why he left the Passport Bros. Remember, after our brother Austin left the Passport Bros, he was still hanging out with Floyd, right? So Floyd wasn't the reason why Austin left the Passport Bros, even though he's going to say it in this statement. Once again, our brother Austin was still dealing with Floyd after he left the Passport Bros, and Floyd, following Austin's lead, left the Passport Bros.
So basically, Passport Bros, more than one guy, was messing with 6-year-olds when it was only one guy that got arrested. And he gives some explanation.
And then here's even worse: sexual exploitation. According to the investigation, the man is part of the movement called the Passport Bros, formed by criminals who use.
Now, this is the funny part. For Austin to read that, knowing that that statement that he just read is not true. He knew Floyd was no longer part of the Passport Bros just as long as Austin wasn't a part of the Passport Bros. He knew that the Passport Bros has never been formed by a criminal organization. For those that don't know, Aaron Ferris, shout out to Aaron, Black Men's Travel, had a Facebook group, Black Men's Travel. It grew huge in the thousands. And for whatever reason, Facebook took it down. So he built one hove, Aaron built another hove, and he called it Passport Bros. That's how I started his Facebook page. He, in 2015, 16, was telling black men to travel, people laughing at him, mocking him under the moniker of Passport Bros. Our brother Austin knew this. He knew Aaron started as a Facebook group. He joined Aaron's Facebook group. He wouldn't be traveling if it wasn't for men like Aaron and the Passport Bros and the Passport Bros 2.0 group, because now there's two groups with over 20,000 subscribers on Facebook or followers. And yet Austin wants to read this as if it was facts. As if it was facts. Let's go back. Let's listen to Austin. Remember, Austin's going to say, hey, this is the reason I left the Passport Bros. Yes, you left the Passport Bros, but you did not leave Floyd.
With 6-year-olds.
Damn!
Instead of saying travel YouTuber or Passport Bro or Black American guy, he said Passport Bros. So basically, Passport Bros, more than one guy, was messing with 6-year-olds when it was only one guy that got arrested. And he gives some explanation.
And then here's even worse: sexual exploitation. According to the investigation, the man is part of the movement called the Passport Bros, formed by criminals who use economic power to exploit social vulnerabilities of Latin America and Southeast Asia. In his social media post, he declared himself a sex tourist. And this is why you saw me disassociate myself from the Passport Bro movement.
You see that? He said, this is why I disassociated myself from the Passport Bro movement. This is why I disassociated myself from the Passport Bro movement. Even though he knew and had interviewed and helped build his brand, Austin's brand, by being on Aaron's channel being interviewed, Richie Mac's channel being interviewed, our channel being interviewed, other YouTubers interviewed him when he first started with YouTube, who supported the Passport Bro movement, but yet and still he said, this is why? Because what? It was formed by a criminal organization? He knew that wasn't true. Because of what Floyd did. No, you left Passport Bros first. Floyd left as far as the idea of the Passport Bros, or being called, remember Austin had his tattoo Passport Bros, and he left that behind, but never left Floyd behind. Still traveled with Floyd to many countries. They left Brazil together. They were in Chile together. Colombia, Thailand, Philippines. But then he said he left because the men like Floyd. This is why I left the Passport Bros. Brother, you had left the Passport Bros prior to leaving Floyd. You still hung out with Floyd for years to come. You guys were doing videos together and everything. You introduced the world to Floyd. Floyd was just a dude that was just with his stateside YouTube channel. But you decided to say, hey, world, like Will Smith, here's Floyd. Like the Will Smith meme. Here's Floyd, world. I'd like to introduce you to my partner, my buddy, my friend. He might be awkward, he might be weird, but he's my friend. And I want to introduce you to my friend. Oh, I don't mess with those Passport Bros, but I still mess with my friend. For those that think that I'm coming at my brother Austin, I talk to Austin all the time. And I just don't think that it's right for him to come at what Aaron is trying to do with the Passport Bro movement by trying to use the Passport Bro movement to duck the fact that he introduced the world to Floyd. Just like I don't believe that men should be creepy and be whoremongers, but then try to use it under the moniker, I'm a Passport Bro. No, you a pay-for-play dude. You're a weekend warrior. Just be who you are. Well, Passport Bro is an idea. So in my head, it's freakiness. Okay, go ahead and be freaky. To another dude, it's, one thing. To another guy, it's another idea. Got you. But let's not attack the work that Aaron and other brothers are putting in behind the scenes for the Passport Bro movement for Black men and white men as well. By saying in your title of your videos, Passport Bros mess with 6-year-olds. That's not true. And that's what that's what Oshay is saying. Oshay is saying, dude, why are you doing that? When that was your buddy, you introduced the world to this dude. You were the one that told him to go cold calling, and you knew he was creepy. You had him out there. Now you don't want to claim him. And so now you want to put him back up under the umbrella of Passport Bros to save face. That's not right to Floyd. And that's not right to Aaron.
Because listen, I have stated many times, especially when the whole J Rillo thing happened, the Passport Bros should have been a.
How did J Rillo decide to come to Kenya? The Passport Bros? No, you brothers in Kenya, y'all don't hold the moniker of the Passport Bros, right? How did J Rillo get to Kenya? How are many of these other brothers getting to Kenya? watching your content. See, sometimes we as content creators, you know, one of the reasons why Andre and I are very meticulous and sensitive about what we say and what we do, because we're not stupid enough to believe that we're not being watched by good men and we're being watched by some creepy men. So most of you good men, we ain't got to worry about y'all. You've been good from day one. But the creepy dudes that watch us after the live stream ends, or what, we have to be careful with what we say and what we present on camera. Because we can end up, if we just sit back and just co-sign everybody, we could end up with a situation such as our brother Floyd, right? Or Jay Rillo. Austin brother. Jay Rillo came to Kenya because he saw your success in Kenya. No other YouTuber in Kenya is as large as you. And he came there because he saw a brother that was right around his age and stage of life. If he can do it, I can do it. No, you didn't tell him to come. No, you did not interview him. No, you did not meet him. Yes, you were an example to him. So it's my blame because I'm an example to everybody. If you're the only one, for the most part, I know there's a couple of YouTubers that's down there, but they don't have the notoriety in the following that you have. Guys like us, Austin, we gotta be careful, bruh. We can't act like, well, I only have 2,000 subscribers. Them days are gone where you and I could just be whimsical with what we say on camera. Those days are over. Because now you're in a situation where you got to backtrack, and everybody's got receipts now. And with the Floyd situation, Austin, everybody's got receipts. Everybody's got receipts. And just in case you guys are wondering if I talked to Austin about this earlier, I did. I sent Austin a message, and I sent a different message to Aaron as well. So I've spoken with both of these brothers in regards to this. We have a responsibility. I can't just be up here for views. Because if something happened to any of you guys coming down here to Cali, Colombia, I feel responsible for it because I was one of the first ones that literally built a brand of you guys need to come to Cali. So it is with Kenya. We got to be responsible with what we present. See, if it were me, and I'm not coming at Austin, y'all ready? If it were me, and I mean, I'm not coming at my brother Austin. I got love for Austin. I've met him personally, and we hung out here in Cali. I was the one that picked him up at the airport. If it were me, my brand would be dedicated to mature audiences only. If you ever notice, this brand is only dedicated to the young mature, the older mature, the female mature, the male mature. Dudes look at Love Crossing Borders and they know, if I ain't serious, I ain't got no business in Cali. You ever notice that? You don't see me, look at us, we at the club. You notice that a lot of times you guys will come down here and we will go out and party all night long. Ain't no cameras. I'll pull out a camera, get a little bit of footage, and that's it. And that'll be of dancing. You ever notice that? It'll be of us in the salsa club and dancing, and that'll be it. I'll do like 30 seconds of footage, and for like 99% of the night, I'm just having fun with you guys. You ever notice that? I would easily say 80 to 90% of the time when I meet you guys and I go out in Cali, I never pull my cell phone out. I never record nothing. I'll tell you, hey, you know, this club allows you to record, so you can record all you want. I'll tell you guys to record. You know why? Because me and Andrea purposely wanted the grown-ass man, grown-ass woman brand. We wanted Pookie and Ray Ray to, if you want to come to Colombia, you're going to have to hunt to where the bitches are. I ain't going to tell you where them bitches are. You're going to have to hunt for where the brothels are. You're going to have to bring your ass to Cali, Colombia, and hunt. Because I ain't showing you shit. The mature dudes, when they get here, they be like, this brothel, that brothel, this brothel, that brothel. But on camera, and that's why in Cali, I rarely see Pookies and Ray Rays. At least I rarely see them. You know why? Because they know if you gonna even talk to Andre, you know you talking to mature audiences only. And I know when you guys come, and I mean this, that I'm talking to mature audiences only. And so I respect you as grown men and grown women. We do this on purpose. We do this on purpose to shun all the Pookies, Ray Rays, and Nook Nooks. You ain't gonna be around me, we at the club, and you're gonna be throwing money in the air. That'll never happen. That'll never happen with us. Dudes will see me in public and they know, shake a hand. That's me. You see Andre, and when I see you guys, what do? Firm handshake. You know why? Because there are too many Pookies, Ray Rays, Nook Nooks, and creepy dudes like the J Rillos, like the dude Floyd that's out there. And I don't know who is who. So instead of sticking my hand in a barrel of snakes and trying to figure out which one of you dudes are poisonous and which one of you dudes ain't poisonous, I just say, fuck it. I'm gonna put the hammer, put the lid on top of the barrel of snakes, and I'm gonna hammer the motherfucking lid down. So all you goddamn snakes can stay right in there. And us mature dudes can enjoy Cali, can enjoy Brazil, can enjoy Colombia, and enjoy all of South America. Lima, Peru, Argentina, Ecuador. Mature, grown-ass men that act like we done had some pussy before and act like we done got some money before. That's why I act like this. You guys know if I'm gonna walk up on Andre, it ain't gonna be no playing, ain't no game. T-Mac got that energy too. T-Mac got that same energy. If you gonna walk up on T-Mac, ain't gonna be no games. Jay Clyde, Jay Fleming, all these, Will, shout out to all these are grown ass men. You can tell that we grown. We ain't no fucking kids. And I'm not talking about by our age. I'm talking about we've been acting like this since we was 26. We didn't have to wait till we was 56, 57, 58. We was grown ass men at 26, 36, 46. So if you ever wonder why a lot of dudes don't come down here to Cali, because we don't share no information for a lot of dudes. Our information is dedicated to you grown, responsible ass men and women. Oh, we'll let you come down here during the salsa festivals like this weekend, or we'll give you a little bit of information on coming to Cali during the Afro-Colombian Petronio Festival in August. Yeah, but we know this. No matter how many YouTubers come down here and showcase and try to sell Cali like it's the next Medellin, we know that y'all gonna do one thing, get the fuck out. So we let y'all do y'all little YouTube videos in Cali for a week. Come on down every year. Come on down. Yeah, look all these bitches I got. And when it's done, y'all got to get the fuck. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell up out of here. So we let y'all think for 1 week, debauchery takes place in Cali. And we don't say nothing. We let all y'all YouTubers, y'all favorite YouTubers come down here and show all over Cali. Look at these Afro-Colombians. Oh my God, they so fun. Let y'all have all the camera fun y'all want. But when it's all said and done after the festival, you ain't got to go home, but you got to get the fuck up out of here. And Cali goes back to mature audiences only. And that's why we don't trip when y'all come down here for a couple weeks. I remember one YouTuber, I remember one brother was on Facebook, right? And he was posting like, I got these women in Cali and they my OnlyFans girls. We were like, okay, cool. And dudes were like, oh, wow. I said, y'all go ahead and listen to him. I say, come on down here to Cali you want to, thinking that every girl is an OnlyFans girl. I say, his women are OnlyFans girls. Yes, not every woman down here is doing OnlyFans. There are a lot of OnlyFans women in every city, yes. But that doesn't mean every woman is doing that. Not every woman. So, like we said, y'all can come down here and hype it up and make it seem like it's something that it ain't, but Cali ain't like that. Cali is very family oriented. It's got a lot of chicks that you can, yes, you can get a party girl. Yes, you can get you a one night stand. Yes, you can get a woman that's gonna cheat. But bruh, when the dust settles, Cali ain't wired like that. It's just not. Not because of me. It's just not. And so that's why I like being here, because it's not wired like other cities. Sorry. And dudes been coming down here for years trying to hype up Cali, saying it's the next Medellin, the next Cartagena. No, we ain't. No, we ain't. And guess what happened to that dude that was OF posting in the Facebook groups? I got these ladies in Cali. They said, after like 4 or 5 posts, never heard from him again. And that happens over and over and over. Content creators come down here with their little camera, try to sell. Look at the Afro-Colombians, because you know Cali is 40% Black people. So look at these gorgeous women, and they are gorgeous. And then they disappear. The YouTubers disappear. All that hype shit does not last in Cali. We've got, this is the funny part, we've got more nightclubs, more restaurants. We're the sports capital of Colombia. We got more than the Medellin restaurants and Medellin clubs. But if don't nobody tell your ass where to go, your ass won't know. And we love it like that. So come on down, immature motherfuckers. We ain't gonna tell y'all where to go. You gonna put in the work. Sorry. Not sorry. Let's go back to our brother.
Fraternity. That way, when you have somebody that wants to beat on women or be an international drug dealer or be a pedophile, a sex tourist. And this is why you saw me disassociate myself from the passport bro movement. Because listen, I have stated many times, especially when the whole J Rillo thing happened, the passport bros should have been a fraternity. That way, when you have somebody that wants to beat on women or be an international drug dealer or be a pedophile, you can automatically say, this person that hasn't paid their membership is not in our database. So that's not one of us.
So the biggest argument that Austin Holloman has here is that Passport Bros has no way of filtering different people in and out of the community. So because there is no filtering way to create this fraternity to make this more exclusive, problems like this happen. But Aaron Ferris was not having it.
This anyway, because once I saw Austin's response in his videos, him labeling the title that he labeled it, saying Passport Bros plural, were caught doing that horrific thing in order to play, social politics is what he's playing at a very horrendous time.
Now, this is a strong point because he's saying, Austin, you are putting passport bros in Brazil with 6-year-olds when it was only one person that did that. So why did you classify the entire community passport bros, especially a community that you used to be very big in? Now you're putting the whole passport bros there out in the title, and that's not the best time to put us out there because you still have some black men out there. And I'm just, expounding what he's saying, living in Brazil, going to Colombia, and then you put passport bros out there. But then he comes back with this.
I thought about it right after I did the stream, and I was like, well, if he wasn't associated with Austin and the so-called passport bros in the beginning, he would just be a random sick individual getting caught up doing some sicko shit, right? But because he was kind of ushered into the space, right? He was popularized by Austin. That's where the unfortunate association kind of comes with. Now, all these guys I've said, they are not passport bros.
Woo! So he says, listen, Austin, you're trying to say that the passport bros are caught with these chicks in Brazil, but you are the one that introduced Floyd to the community.
Damn.
And wait a minute. I had to do my research, although I already kind of knew what the answer was, but this is what Austin said.
And if you guys don't know, Floyd was in several of my videos, and we all know that Floyd was very, very cringy and very strange. And I'm telling you from hanging out in person with him, very strange. I would have never thought nothing like that, but it's also not shocking.
So Austin Holloman himself admits that, yes, he knew Floyd. He did videos with Floyd. And Austin's not a guy that shies away from mistakes. He's pretty honest. And this is something that Austin said directly when the video started.
Well, that boy Oshay went and got the receipts. He pulled out the receipts.
I know the guy, and I knew something was off with him, but I didn't never think that he would go this far. And I largely do believe him. But that doesn't take away from what Aaron Ferris is trying to say.
Really don't know what somebody's intentions are. And I'm not going to put that on Relo or Austin that they knew what type of time this guy was on. All right. People hide shit like that, from other people. Like, we don't know these people for sure. You never know somebody. You don't even know, half the time, you don't even know the person in the bed that you sleep in. You don't even know that person 100% fully. People are sneaky. People are devious, bro. So I'm not putting this out here, all right, to associate Relo or Austin or anybody else with the individual acts of what this sicko Floyd did.
There's more.
That's what I'm not doing.
There's more.
I'm saying, for a guy like Austin to put the title "Passport Bros Are Messing with 6-Year-Olds in Brazil," all right, in order for clicks and views, in order to continue to disassociate and then reassociate back with the terminology passport bros, is wrong, and I'm here to call it out. All right. Why would you put a heinous title like that in order for shock value and clicks and views? Why would you put that term? And people associate you with passport bros more than they do me.
So he argues again the same point. This is horrific. This is heinous. All right. And I'm not associating whatever Jay Relo did in Kenya, because if you know, there was a situation that happened in Kenya. Austin Holloman is now in Kenya, very popular. Jay Relo wanted to come to Kenya, and Jay Relo is very problematic. But again, Jay Relo should not represent all of the passport bros. And Austin Holloman did take some heat from Jay Relo coming to Kenya. And even though Austin Holloman had nothing to do with that, but in response to what he is saying, and I'm talking about Aaron Ferris, is that you associated all of us with what happened in Brazil. Aaron Ferris doesn't stop though. he continues on with his assault.
Yeah. Most people thought he was a weirdo, and that's why Buddy was, Austin was kind of parading him around like that. He was kind of using him like,
taking advantage of him. Exactly.
Aaron says he knew that the guy was weird. I'm talking about Floyd, but yet Austin Holloman brought him on his channel because he knew that Floyd was weird. He knew that Floyd would get views. So basically, he was using him knowing that he was a weirdo. And again, I can't prove this or prove this for Austin. I'm not sure, but this is something that he's accusing Austin of. But this is something that I would widely agree.
The term is in that term, bro. It's going to stay around. It's not going to stop. All right. It's beyond viral. All right. It is what it is. It's like calling somebody a tourist at this point or an expat. Passport bro is basically a single man that travels.
Creator of the term, Aaron Ferris, has said something that's very powerful. The term is now mainstream, and basically that means a single man that travels. Now, first, when it came about, if you look at our predecessor, who was Charles Tyler, he had a page called The Black Man's Option. That was one of the Facebook groups also, and that was a part of his YouTube channel. Now, Passport Bros means something different. It could even be classified as white people can use the term Passport Bros. I've seen them cling on to it. I've seen American tourists cling on to it. And so now it can mean anything. And to Austin's point, that's the problem. It means so many things because there is not a lot of organized framework. So when there is not a lot of organized framework, then what happens is that anybody can just join it. And here's what Aaron Ferris could have never thought. Aaron Ferris would have never thought that Passport Bros would take off like it did. Passport Bros became even bigger, if not more notable than the Black Manosphere community, which is crazy because you had guys like me, you had guys like Kevin Samuels, you had guys like the Angry Man, guys like Obsidian, the dating coaching guys. Out of that community comes, the lead attorney, Pocket Watcher with JT, indirectly through him. There's a whole bunch of different talented dudes that came through there. And yet Passport Bros is not just an ideology and framework, it is a lifestyle. But Aaron Ferris had no idea that it would become like this. And so with no real person saying that they're the leader, with no real person having rules, anybody could attach to the framework and the hashtag, and it makes everybody look bad who had it. And then one mistake makes everybody look terrible. Now, here's something else that we got to talk about. The Passport Bros in framework grew largely out of frustration. This is the same thing that killed the Black Manosphere, where you have guys who are in a community because they are fed up with how things are, and so they're going to execute another move. And this is exactly what the Passport Bros did, in my opinion. Charles Tyler's framework was the beginning. We saw our iteration with Tailor-Made Dreams in Dominican Republic. Then Aaron Ferris in his own iteration. And then we've also seen it go to a younger generation. And that's what Austin Holloman did. Before we saw Passport Bros, the age of Charles Tyler show. He was like in his mid 50s, Russell, then a little bit younger Aaron Ferris. Now we're getting guys in the mid 20s now. So, and that's where the mistakes are coming from. They're coming from largely guys under 30. And so now the issue is you trade notoriety and publicity for people who are under 40. When you look at Al Grease is frustrated in the first batch of black men traveling overseas. These guys were firefighters. These guys were professional business owners. These guys were, very wealthy, had homes in the United States. And, in order to travel to Brazil, even in the 80s or 90s with the legendary Mr. John, you had to be a black man that was doing very well. Now you got guys in the Passport Bro community who are literally begging for cash apps, having live streams, begging for money to go to these places. And of course, those are the guys that make mistakes. Look at the guys who made the last two mistakes. Jay Rello, beg for money. Floyd Wallace, beg for money. So the community of the Passport Bro guys who support these guys and give them money to go have to also be blamed. Now, is Austin Holloman to blame for the title of the Passport Bros? I can see what Aaron Ferris is saying, especially since they had a relationship and Austin was in the community. Could Austin have titled that video better? Yes, absolutely.
I like how you worded that. Brother said, dang, this is crazy. These dudes out here need chaperones. That's a great, any of you guys that are content creators, you might want to use that. Do men that travel need chaperones? Because there's too much foolery that's been going on since the pandemic to where you feel like that. These dudes are like kids that's going on a field trip that need to fill out a permission slip. They don't need a passport only. They need a permission slip. Like kids going on a field trip to a museum. Mom, could you fill out the permission slip? We're going to the museum tomorrow. They need a chaperone. You know how they used to have the parents volunteer to be chaperone on a field trip? That's what these dudes need. Some of these dudes, you 100% correct, brother. Some of these dudes need a dang chaperone. Good call, man. Good call on that one.
He could have changed that to Passport Bro or somebody else, but the damage had already been done. And the damage that was done was not really, in my honest opinion, Austin's fault. I don't even think that Aaron Ferris of BMT is even blaming Austin for that. He's just saying that, look, you brought the guy into the community. Now you don't want to claim him. So, I mean, hey, what do you think about that? But the reality is that you have these people writing up about Passport Bros, calling them predators, you know, and that's because of the mistakes that these guys did. And that's what happens when you don't have framework. And when the framework isn't tight enough, you get anybody that can attack to your framework and you have problems because they are not vetted. And this can continue to happen. Then you have a younger generation of people who are coming in from, you don't know where they're coming from. Guys like Floyd who have some kind of mental problems. And the Passport Bros, I think, are having a tough time. Those who want to associate, those who no longer want to associate. And the civil war in the Passport Bro community is brewing, just like how we had it in the Black Manosphere community.
And this is why Oshay is saying what he says. For those that wondering why Oshay is speaking on this, he's speaking on it from the perspective like, listen, me, Obsidian, and Angry Man in 2014, 2015 created a group called the Black Manosphere. Everything was going great. Everything was going fine. And over time, not just because of those three, but because also it wasn't set up just right, it collapsed. And it's still around under Obsidian, but it's not what it was before, what all three men envisioned. Oshay is saying, I'm seeing the same cracks that I saw with the Black Manosphere when we started to crumble as a trio. That's why Oshay can say this. So just in case you guys are wondering why Oshay is saying this, he's saying, guys, if you don't try to get some type of structure in this, I recognize what I'm saying when we try to put something together and it's not structured. Now you see the Black Manosphere conclave, that's structure. Just imagine if they had that type of structure when they first started building the Black Manosphere. The conclave is structured. Men that come out the conclave are structured. You don't hear anybody just doing madness that left the conclave. In all these years, 4 years, nobody's doing madness. You know why? Because the conclave is dedicated to put your money where your mouth is. You got to pay for hotel rooms. You got to pay for flights. You got to pay to get into the conclave. You got to pay to study. And then after you get into the classes, you got to pay to make sure that you got your computer working right. And you got to pay to make sure that you get your Udemy courses. And then when you get ready to take your certification, you got to pay for those certifications for the exam. So because the conclave now, or Black Manosphere, is centered around put your money where your mouth is, not everybody's getting involved. And now quality dudes are involved now. And that's why Oshay is like, listen, I'm seeing the Black Manosphere conclave build what we couldn't build when it was just 3 of us. And he's letting Aaron know, I'm seeing the cracks that I saw with us with the Black Manosphere when it was just an idea, a term. So yeah. Brother says, Andre, shout out to you, brother. He said, Andre, to be real, you already got the blueprint for the Passport Bro Conclave. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. Really do. He said that Pearl debauch was an issue. Yeah. He said them asking Uncle D to leave the Black Manosphere conclave. I mean, the Black Manosphere. I don't want to say conclave, but asking Uncle D to leave the Black Manosphere were enough for a lot of guys to leave this. Wow, I didn't know that. See, there are certain things that took place that I didn't know about. He said, especially with the content creators in the space hating on St. Kevin. That could be understandable. It's things that you mentioned. If you guys ever notice when I get quiet and I don't say much about something, I'll be like, well, you know, there's a time when Andre knows to shut the hell up and don't give commentary on everything. If I don't know, I'll either say I don't know, or I'll just kind of like mumble. If you ever notice when you see me kind of like mumble, it's because I know, Andre, shut the hell up. You don't know nothing about that. Don't put your 2 cents in something that you don't know about. That's stoicism right there. Stoicism, there's a time to speak, and there is a time to, hey, why don't you just be quiet? You don't know anything about that, Andre. He said begging to travel. I never understood that one either. White people do it. White people been doing it for years. I'm gonna say this for real. In all honesty, I've seen I need to put together a video of that. There are white people that are like the hippies, the modern day hippies, and dude, they travel from country to country, will sit on the ground and just beg for money. They don't have a talent. They're not performing for anything. They just sit on the ground. And I'm talking about they're in their 20s and 30s. And they've been to 15 countries begging in each country. And I've seen plenty of them, dude. Plenty of them. So what Jay Rillo and Floyd has done, they hadn't invented anything that white people hadn't already been doing for years. For years. It's the craziest thing. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying that don't think that it's just brothers doing it. He says it's not a civil war because all of us agree about this. This is true. When it comes to Floyd, it's not going to split us because let's look at it. Let's take it out off camera, away from social media and so forth. This is just a sick individual, man. This is just crazy. If we saw this on our local news and it was just a local person, we'll say, lock him up under the jail. This is just sad and sick. We'll say, at least get him some help. Because this scenario is so bad. It has nothing to do with the Passport Bro moniker. It has nothing to do with Austin. It has nothing to do with us, Oshay. Nothing to do with us. Dude, this is just some sick people with a passport. It just, for us, I kid you not. Y'all ready? This is a wake-up call for us grown men to start only dealing with grown men. Anybody that you feel in your circle is kind of quirky or weird, and you think you're doing them a favor, don't do that. If you feel, and I'm not talking about the shy guy, because there are some shy guys that I'm cool with. They're just kind of like, they got their little shyness about them. They're not as abstract as I am, or flamboyant. Not, I don't want to use flamboyant, but charming as a lot of us are. They're not animated like some of us. They're just kind of like cool, laid back brothers. It just, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the brothers that you could tell that they kind of touched. They're kind of slow. They need help. Those brothers, don't let them dudes in your circle. If you already know that they're touched. We knew that Jay Rillo was touched from day one. We knew that Floyd was touched from the moment Austin introduced us to him. Don't hang out with them dudes for years, because you never know what type of Dexter type demon is lurking in that person's spirit. Get the person some help, yes. Tell them they might need to slow down on traveling, yes. But to have them as my buddy, knowing that this person's kind of like ain't all there, that's not fair to them, and it's not fair to you. Now my brother Austin has to backtrack. And this is the funny part, Austin just finished backtracking. Austin didn't even have a month to breathe between Jay Rillo, stupidity, in saying that there are no beautiful women in Kenya, being on a live stream, trying to almost grape a pay-for-play on a live stream. Austin had to distance himself from that. Didn't even get a chance to breathe good. Excuse me. And then he has the situation with Floyd in Brazil. Fellas, to alleviate those headaches, let them creepy dudes be who they are, man. Keep them in prayer, but don't keep them up under you. Keep them in prayer. Doesn't mean that you have to keep them up under you. Yep. Keep them circles small, fellas. Vet everybody. That is so true. Damage limitation exercise. That's so true, brother. So true. Amen. Shout out to me and Sean for being in the building, man. Appreciate you, man. I ain't seen you in a minute, Sean. Hope everything is going great. Happy holidays. He said, that's why we are here, to help those men, show them a better way to live. Absolutely correct. To move about the world, have a boost in confidence, and find and build a family. Absolutely correct. The one thing that I noticed, that most successful guys that travel, they travel with a purpose. They're not just whimsically traveling. Those of us who travel with a purpose, whether it be business, whether it be you want to get married, or a relationship or relationships, or you just want medical help, you want to go to other countries for medical reasons, or you just want a better cost of living or better, healthier foods. Most of the dudes that I notice that travel with a purpose are not easily distracted. I kid you not. You can't distract those dudes from their goals. You can throw the baddest chicks in front of them. They're not going anywhere. You know why? Because those guys moved out of their home country with a purpose. I'm gonna buy some property in this new country. I'm gonna start a new business in this new country. I'm gonna have me a wife and some kids in this new country. They move with a purpose, on purpose. I want to end it with that, guys. They move with a purpose. On purpose. They're not whimsical. They're not, every butt doesn't attract them. They're not just want to throw money in the air to impress a new dude that's come off the plane. Yeah, I'm gonna show off to this new dude because he's never been to Colombia, so I'm gonna show off to make it seem like I'm a big guy. No, the guys that really are doing it right in these other countries, and like such as Danny's the brother, the YouTuber that is living in China. And he spends a little time in Thailand, but he lives in China for 10 years. And he's been teaching long before the passport bro movement. He's teaching English over there. Now he teaches other guys how to teach English and have good jobs around the world doing that. Danny's a perfect example of he ain't got to hang out with a bunch of people. He gives you the real about living in China. And he does his thing. He goes to the gym, he exercises, he has his friends in Asia. Perfect example. There are some good men out there that are doing content. Gotta sneeze. Whew, okay. All right, let's end it right now, guys, because we've been here for almost 5 hours. That's enough for one night. Tomorrow we're going to have movie night. We're going to do one movie tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. After the movie, we're all heading over to Richie Max because I'll be on there. Richie will be on there. Aaron from Black Men's Travel will be on there. And we'll be talking about this particular topic on the importance of brotherhood. We're not doing a, like my brother just said, what was it he said in regards to the exercise, damage control. We're not doing any type of damage control. I already told them that long before this happened with Floyd, me and myself, I had already planned on doing a video series on the value of brotherhood among men, because there are men that travel also to be involved with other positive men and positive women. And so I'm going to be doing a series on the positivity of brotherhood. And there's an episode that I'm going to be bringing Theo on. A lot of times we don't realize that one of the things that I benefit from is you guys. I want to say this again. I'm going to show a video real quick. One of the things that I benefit from is you, my brothers. There is no way I could have did this just Andre alone. It's just Andre and Andrea. There's no way this channel would have existed. There's no way I would have been able to feel at peace and at ease off camera if it wasn't for many of you wonderful brothers that I've met over the years. I need the brotherhood, whether it be with the local groups of brothers, whether it be brothers from different races, doesn't matter. I am not foolish enough to think that I only need to be around the ladies and I'm going to enjoy this country for the rest of my life from being around the ladies. I'm not that stupid. I've got enough sense to realize, just like Kevin Samuels had, MTR, Dennis Sperling, lead attorney, Obsidian, Oshay, himself, a brotherhood. So do I. So we're going to be talking about that next week. That's going to be one of our main topics next week, is the value of brotherhood. You say Andre laughing. You say Andre's laughing in the background. Andrea is always laughing in the background. You guys have a good night, brothers. I was going to show a quick video, but it's not called for. We've made our points, gentlemen. Let's do the outro videos, shall we? Let's choose some of the outro videos. I'm going to be making some new ones for us this month.
Ella en mi casa, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie. pero parece de cuna. Pero así no le piche a ninguna. Criminal como nada para que Ozuna. Ella sabe que de la disco no la van a quitar. Los fines de semana son tan sueltos, hay que vacilar. Ready, con ropita cortita para janguear y tirar. De mí se deja llevar, combina la ropa con tu actitud, es que dominas. Chica con esa virtud, rompe bocinas. No hay nadie como tú, como tú, como tú, como tú, ya, combina la ropa con tu actitud, es que dominas. Chica con esa virtud, rompe bocinas. No hay nadie como tú, como tú, como tú, como tú. Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya.
Un traguito de cine a la gata en la barra. Te vi por internet en una playa en Nicaragua. Ese buffet sí está gourmet, pero lleno de piraña. El río está movido, que te nada las arañas. Por eso que tú te acercas a mí. Te gusta más que tú, como te hago reír. Me encanta cómo besas, cómo me haces sentir. Eres especial, eres sola para mí. Y si nos vemos en Bahamas, ahí no hay nadie que nos daña. Una copla de madrugada, ya lo saben, tú mi reina y yo tu rey. Estamos listas en Bahamas. Aquí hay bellas madrugadas, romantiqueros en la playa. Ya lo saben, tú mi reina y yo tu rey.
Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Me gusta gozar y vacilar, yeah, no te quito de Fernet. Solo toda la timidez, pasarlo no solo tal vez. A ella le gusta gozar y vacilar, yeah. Con unos traguitos de Fernet, solo toda la timidez. Pasarlo no solo tal vez. Ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya, ella es mi gata, ya, perrea en la disco como nadie más. Ella es mi gata, yeah, ella es mi gata, ya. En fiesta es que no pierde ni una. Es de aquí, pero parece de cuna.